Morning. I need to cast this tab. Casting tab. Now I'm offline apparently. Okay, I'm online on Twitch. Not YouTube. Well, that's just clearly lying to me. There we go. Okay, so let's have a quick review of some of the stuff from yesterday. I'm still not 100% sure I've got the stuff quite right. Yes, I didn't like that colour very much. Tell you what, let's ignore the colours for now. Let's fix some of the conveyor bugs. No, I'm not. Speedy Tuning says I'm not. I don't know what it is. I'm not. But apparently I'm not. I'd like to be, but I'm not. You know how it goes. Yeah, I think actually it's all pretty good apart from the magenta. Now let's get the sun up. There we go. Still might bring that down just a hair. Like I said, it's kind of alright. Well, there we go. Yes, it's kind of pink colour. It's not oversaturated. It's not overly bright. It's the yellow that's sticking out more than anything else. Ah, yes, no, YouTube was just like, no, you're not live, and then Twitch started up, and YouTube, I had to refresh the page, because I don't know why. Alright. Oh, yeah. Interesting. So yesterday involved a complete rewrite of the way that conveyor belts render. Conveyor entity on delete. I don't know why. That's interesting. Frames per second screenshots. Yes, that's what we like. Why doesn't this delete? Drop game object should clear down the instancer. Let's pop a breakpoint in. Ah, wait, hold on. Apparently that's not saved. Let's put a breakpoint in anyway. Attach the debugger. And give it a run. So I completely rewrote the way that plants work, and I've also rewritten the way conveyors work. So we are looking at conveyors being approximately 1,000 times faster to render. Actually, not approximately, they are exactly 1,023 times faster to render. Come on faster. But I am looking for feedback. So I personally really love the oversaturated look of No Man's Sky of Astroneer. I personally very happy with that. I think there's too much dark and gritty out there. Now that doesn't mean that I haven't slightly overdone it, as so often happens. Okay, but I think the yellow here is a bit too strong. In the middle of the day, the sunlight is just a hair too strong on yellow, but it's okay over here on the sort of purpley, magenta-y stuff. That's not pure magenta by any. That is pretty much pure yellow in the sunlight. I'm not sure why. Transitions are nice though. I'm happy with those. I might knock another 5% off the lighting. What's kind of important is I'm using a much brighter texture. Okay, build, delete. Right, so did that breakpoint not fire? I am storing the instance ID, right? Yes, I am. And that's definitely not something stupid like a member variable. Ag! What? No! Okay, so we've got on delete, which should really trigger. So on delete's triggering, but not drop game object. Oh. Really? So what does drop game object do then? Like, under what circumstance do we call drop game object? We should. I was under the impression that when we deleted an object, we called drop game object. It is oversaturated. That's kind of the point. Because do I have my hole over here? So I need to make another hole. Hold on. Now the underground is, relatively speaking, vastly more muted. So the surface. I mean. One of the complaints I've had about FortressCraft, one I'll stand by, is it's not very nice. It's not a nice place. It's not like the Crisis Island. It's not like, oh, it's lovely here. It's cold and it's bleak and it's a bit depressing. And I'm like, you know, you're totally right. You're totally right. But now, as we go down, turn the light on. The saturated surface becomes more and more muted as we go down. Where's my explosions? So it means that we end up with a much nicer transition. You can tell when you're near the surface. You can tell where on the surface you are when you're still underground. But if you are a sad person who likes dark colours and doesn't like bright happiness, then yes, you're not going to be happy. I've already had one negative review recently complaining how the game is too saturated. I'm like, are you in for a surprise? The game's too saturated. What colour is everything? Well, it's all the same sort of bright colour. So as you can see, as we move down deeper, the colour changes and we end up with a significantly less saturated look. And then as we hit 65 metres underground, the game transitions to the deep underground, or to the upper caves. You can see at the top right, it says upper caves. That's new. If any of you haven't played it for a while, it will list where you are. So if I go up here, so it says upper caves up there, and then I'm high enough, you see it slowly will work out where I am. I don't think it's oversaturated right now, though. I think it's a bit bright upstairs. I spotted a bug, basically, in the way that we were generating things, and I'm now actually modulating it, because some stuff was too bright. So what happened is I ended up having to compensate by turning the lights up, and that's why we're getting the crazy bloom. So I haven't fixed these yet, for instance, so these are still... Oh, actually, they're not too bad. They're supposed to be blazingly bright, but I don't need to have them crank quite so high anymore. So when we're down here, we're down to a much more desaturated single colour look. So drop game object gets called when we walk out of range. Hold on, does that... So, on delete doesn't... I'm very confused. So drop game object is for how we drop the Unity side object of the things, but that's only done when we clean up the entity. I'm really surprised that we don't have more issues with dangling... Oh, of course, when I delete it, the object's not there anymore, is it? And I'm cleaning up the wrapper. So, yeah, okay, that makes sense. What? What? I'm sure I was just inside on delete. Drop game object on delete. There it is. Okay, so that will remove the instance version of the conveyor. Zoltan, I have tweaked that up and down a bit. I think it's a little bit too big right now. Let's bring it up. Let's make them a little bit bigger. I'm also going to just, I think this might be the final one, knock off another 5% from the left. We're now only 5% brighter than we used to be for the surface, but we're using a much brighter texture because snow was all right. Everything else not so much. Okay. You shouldn't... Well, actually, Zoltan, I don't believe you. Sorry. Allow me to demonstrate what I mean. Like 500 blocks gets you from the surface to the overmind. Okay. So 160, 0, 160. So I've just teleported to exactly halfway between the start of the game. Let me crank the detail up. Project settings, quality. So we'll crank the detail up so I can see as far as I can. I'll delete my world. I mean, right now, as the game stands, there's no reason to go more than 300 meters out. The problem you've got is if I give you a faster method of movement, you'll be able to outrun the world generation, though. And that's one of the things that I need a significant reworking of the way the game works to deliver content faster. Having said that, I just noted that Martine does some ridiculous thing for sunlight bleeding, because we don't do sunlight bleeding. We were going to, and then we decided not to. Come on, Unity, give me my mouse cursor. Give me my mouse cursor. Oh. Why? Oh, did I actually delete the world? Oh, bugger. Doesn't matter. See, during the intro, the game is still generating. So this is why we have an intro sequence below. So the intro is running on the left there, on the right, and on the left, I'm desperately trying to generate the world before the player gets there. Can I skip the intro? No, it's not an intro. It's not a. It's a loading sequence. Boom. Oh boy, here's the tutorial everyone keeps telling me takes too long. Oh, it looks, it's the first time I've run the tutorial since the thing, I like that. The thing is, if I did let you skip it, all that would happen is that you would end up just standing in the middle of nothing. If that makes any sense, probably doesn't. Right, so let's turn off that. Let's make it daytime. Again, I've knocked another 5% off the peak brightness, and I will teleport a long way away. And then I'll teleport to exactly halfway between the surface base and the so that gives us a nice sense of scale. And I need to turn off that so I can see what I'm doing. There we go. What is that? Oh, that's the CPH. So the base is here. You can just about see the smoke. Yes, although the dev viewport's actually quite cool. We were looking at this a bit yesterday. Now, I've never been on this world before, so we are going to have to. Yeah, that biome is definitely too big. No question about it. I don't want players to think that the entire world is one colour. But it does take... Oh, God, I remember it takes to bake the full frustrum. It's a while, though. But we should hopefully see more frustrum outside. I'm just going to check... While it's doing that, it's baking the background. Let me check I didn't break the surface survival. Generate the hue cache. Gets the value. No, that doesn't seem to have changed. I did slightly tweak the frequency of the Veronoi. Yeah, you wait around for a biome and then you get two all at once. Yeah, it's so the best way to phrase it is in light years. The world is 1,000 light years in each direction, including depth. So to put it another way, if you're travelling at the speed of light, it will take you 1,000 years to hit the edge of the world. I've been there. It looks exactly the same in the middle of the world. Sorry. No, it's not. No, Trank. It's 64-bit. 64-bit signed. What's the word? It's signed integer. It's not even a float. Right, I'm going to teleport to the other side now. I agree. That biome is too big. This is what I was talking about, by the way, about how much of a pain it is to play with the Perlin generation. On the flip side, yeah, okay, I'll agree that we saw too much that direction, but this direction, there was a biome right by the base. It's yeah, I think it's 9.4 quintillion. So Zoltan, I agree with you in one direction, but not in this direction. Like here, we've got a biome, and that's each one of those that's 16 meters. So we're looking at 100 meters or something. The problem is, if I tweak it too much, you'll see them all. This is purposely designed as an exploration task, so we'll see how the day goes. Part of the plan today is to progress the harvesting and growing part of the game. So I will be implementing the other types of plants Each biome will have a unique type of plant. So burbleberries will all be green, all of them. Mushrooms will always be purple, and so on and so on and so on. So, but you'll be able to breed a purple burbleberry and a red mushroom, and you can either get a purple mushroom or a red burbleberry out of it. Yeah, each block's a meter. There are lots. The amount of people going, "Oh, you copied Minecraft. It's the same size as Minecraft." I'm like, there's a reason Minecraft's 1 meter, because if something's a meter, I can make all sorts of interesting assumptions. Interestingly, I think the saturation. Oh no, you can see the saturation going a little bit different there. Wow, so that's where the player is there. You can see the circle of the mist. That's the mist that follows the player. So we've still got quite a long way to generate out this way. It does take a while, but you don't normally sit there and watch it. Well, I've had people going, "Oh, you should have made the blocks a different size just so you were different to Minecraft." I'm like, well, if the blocks were half a meter, you've just removed all the optimizations about using ints, and on top of that, it's 27 times slower to render. And if you make the blocks bigger than a meter, you have one fundamental issue: is the player can't look over them. Yes, that's the thing. Minecraft is described as an infinite world. Now, it's about 8 times the surface of the Earth. That means that the Moon is an infinite distance away from the Earth. But yeah, this does take a very long time to generate the world. But it's not generating just flat. It's obviously generating that distance and downwards. So if I were to teleport to minus 160, 0, minus 1, minus 100, minus 160, it will now prioritize. It prioritizes around the player, but it should now prioritize. And I think at this step, it should start doing the cold cavern, because I'm at the highest load detail. No, Zoltan, it's not based on view distance. It's based entirely on your detail. So if you choose fastest, it loads in a lot of segments than if you choose the other one. The other one. Fabulous. So load distance. Draw distance just is an upper clamp on that. Oh, what's that? Is that copper? Oh, yeah, cool. There's a copper cave. I've also got the lighting turned off because normally it would look like this. I do kind of wish I could give you this view in some way. Oh, sorry. Yeah, it's 1,000 light years from the center to the end, I think. Yeah. I can never remember if we use just the signed part or just the unsigned part of the whole thing. Pretty much once. So, again, I used to play Minecraft many years ago. And people also talk about the infinite world. And when I was looking at FortressCraft, I played a bit of Minecraft, and I sort of paid attention to how big I actually moved. And you almost never move them more than about 100 meters from the base. You just don't. There's no point in it. There's nothing there. There you go. There's a nice cross-section of the world. You turn the lighting on, you can even see you can see all the plants being rendered there. Oh, it's so fast to render them like that. So that's quite cool. So you can see all the yellow plants there, purple plants there, and green plants there. We've also got surface with, actually we can look there. You can see the decreasing saturation from surface. And then the saturation fades out. Oh, you can't die. Stop that. I need to cheat, give myself some energy. And then we hit the lower caverns. And then it starts to fade to blue at this point. So this is when people die of hypothermia suddenly. I'm like, it does blend. That's bedrock, and that's deep stone, I think. No, not really, Zoltan. It is cool, but I mean, I'm probably barely hitting 20 frames a second there. To a great degree, the game relies on you not being able to see all of it, and that gives you an idea, by the way, of how small the cold cavern is. Like, you don't. The cold cavern looks big, but it's so tiny compared to the world we generate. Probably, though, there's no point me rendering quite so high up and down. But that's the biome size. Unfortunately, because it's a new world, I haven't generated the... what's that? That's not... But that's one of the problems with the game. Is, like, okay, see this cave network here? It's entirely enclosed. That cave network does not connect to the world in any way, shape or form. So I don't need to render it. But unfortunately, working that out is very hard. Now, I have got a system partially written to do it. And I worked on it for a bit, and then I found out from trying to research the topic, it's literally the system Minecraft uses on mobile. It doesn't use it on the desktop. It uses it on mobile. So there's no occlusion culling. Occlusion culling for segments, no. It's too difficult because you need to cast array to pretty much everything. Oopsie. Oh well, there you go. What we do is, so you can see that's how the game actually renders. But obviously, as you can sort of surmise, really, it's a bit dumb to be rendering. Like, when I'm on the surface, I look down, it will render the cold caves, because it does, assuming your draw distance is high enough. So this is what Zoltan was asking. If I go to the settings menu, and I turn on the max draw distance, that literally just turns down how far you can see. So, yeah. That's why that is your biggest performance gain. But yeah, the problem is, how do you determine if a segment is entirely occluded? I can determine if a block is occluded. That's easy. It's a tiny thing, and even that has a margin of error. But imagine that you've got like a wall with a window hole in it, so you can always see through that tiny hole. It's that sort of thing. Like, occlusion culling is a difficult task to do to pre-bake it, let alone real time. But there you go. There's a FortressCraft world for those of you who've never seen it before. You can see it's still generating. Now, I can't remember how long it takes to generate. It's a while, though. And then with lighting. Now, of course, it's nighttime, isn't it? Of course it's nighttime. Right, is it? Oh, no, I'm underground, that's why. Yeah, because I'm underground... minus 160, 0, minus 160... Because I'm underground, it purposely... The lighting engine, this is so complicated. Like I said, it's not just draw light, how bright is it? Cool, that's how bright it is. It's really, really, really complex. I'd like to do some more occlusion culling, but I'm currently focusing on more brute force. So the plants are the good example here. So I'm rendering all of those plants in a very short period of time. And if I turn the instancer on, yeah, like this. So I will now render 250,000 conveyors. With shadows. Do that in Minecraft. So this is a new technique. Well, actually, no, this is a very old technique, but it's one that Unity's just got. So yeah, the frame rate's taken a dive, but I am now rendering 120 million verts at 10 frames a second, right? So that's 1.2 billion verts per second I'm chunking out my card, which is surprisingly not running hot right now. But this means that I can run this many items. I don't think I ever actually would, but I'm sure somebody will try. But it means that I can actually support that many calls. Anyway. Yeah, the raycasting the conveyors, yeah. I do have a bug I wanted to fix, though. In the instance manager, when I call render, hang on, let me turn on the debug for that. I'm not sure if they're in quite the right state. It would actually run a lot better, Hef, because I'm in the editor. So I'm having to render 2 windows, and I'm having to stream it, and I'm having to do lots of stuff, so yeah. So, advantages of instance rendering. It is 1,023 times faster, and I can update it on the low frequency thread. So it's pure threaded updates. Disadvantage: it's free, more or less, once the object is created. Updating the object, not free, not at all. So that would be my main problem with that, is we are not going to be able to English. We're not going to be able to move things quickly. So as you can see, though, when it's loaded, so I'm loading off disk now, much faster, hundreds of times faster, because I'm not doing any generation. So this is now just, I'll bring up the debug menu. So it's just, yeah, it's just generating as quickly as it possibly can there. Not that there isn't more performance I couldn't get out of it, I'm sure. The problem comes, it's the kind of the last step. And the last step is, how can I describe it? The bit where I have to hand it off to Unity. My code is fast. My code is blazingly fast. Unity's code, yeah, not so much. And the main thing is, my code isn't necessarily fast, but it's on a thread, so it can be as slow as I like. I can spend as long as I like doing whatever I want. It's fine. But the moment I have to wait, I have to halt the rendering to show it. That's less good. And I noticed that, by the way, the plants are appearing much quicker than the segment. No, instance rendering needs to be done per object. But generic autocrafters wouldn't benefit from it. Like, is there a generic autocrafter you ever build more than 1,000 of? Pretty much, I think, batteries, that's generic, storage hoppers for generic bits of code, and conveyor belts, they're the wins. Minecarts do use dynamic instance rendering, but it's not as good. Yeah, see, Zoltan, I'm in 2 minds. I want to agree with you and disagree with you at the same time. So we go up from here. I can see my house. Yeah, so from here I should be able to see 2 different biomes. I could definitely see that one, like, easily. But the next one is just over that horizon, I think. Yeah, it's that way. Unity doesn't do that occlusion culling, by the way. That's me. So just to estimate them. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, so that's about 100 meters across. 160 meters across, sorry, there, that I've selected. It's about right, maybe a bit smaller. Hello, testing. How about now? Is that okay? Is that better? Hold on, how about... hold on. I'm just playing with a little slider here until it's... how about that? How does that sound? Does that sound nice? Does that sound like I'm in your head? Hello. Yeah, I took my PC to bits today. I've got a... what was that showing on the camera? I've got a... M2 adapter for a PCI Express card. It doesn't work. It just doesn't even turn on. It doesn't do anything. So I just bought some SATA cables. So I've had my PC to bits, which is probably why all the balances have become unbalanced. Okay, so the problem is I can spend forever tweaking this world, and then I'll go to another world, and it'll be totally different. But yeah, I'll give it another tiny squidge more numbers. And I forgot to look at my stats on the simple instances. What a twit. So right now there is a bug with the instance rendering. If you totally delete something, it still renders it. Nope, Jim Bob. Let me describe to you, as I have described to other people, this is how the color system works. This is the equivalent, right? You get a random number of eggs, and a random amount of flour, a random amount of butter, and you put it all in a bowl, and you mix it for a random amount of time, and then you put it in an oven for a random amount of heat for a random amount of time, and you hope there's a good cake. It's not possible to do that. It's literally not possible, because I don't control that. I query straight off of a Veronoi diagram. I haven't seen snow in a while, but yeah, I'm probably going to do some sort of biome specific dust stuff. And I see I've broken the fog once again. What have I done? I think it's when I teleport around in a new world. My bomb's one. But yeah, that's now no longer pure yellow. And it does actually pick up brighter than yellow highlights. That's good. Yeah, Speedy, that's not changed. That's still the same code it ever was. So we'll teleport to our favourite location again. 160.0.160. And what I can do to make my life a little bit easier is I can just go up. This will make the generation just a smidgen, well, actually a whole bunch faster, because it's now primarily generating air. But yeah, the problem is, Zoltan, I'll show you what we're using. It's called a Veronoi diagram. So a Veronoi diagram is that. That's a Veronoi diagram. And let me see if I can find it. I keep saying the same one. There's a good one. So a Veronoi diagram is a mathematical way of determining distance to a point. But it gives stuff that's not massively different in size. The distribution is more or less correct. Now, actually, having said that, I don't know. Hold on, let's have a look at the documentation. I wonder if there is a... yeah, so that's kind of what it looked like. This noise can optionally add the distance from the nearest seed to the output value. To enable this feature, call the enable distance method. This caused the point to increase that. I don't know what that would do. This is the problem, by the way. I'm using something called live noise, which is the de facto way of generating this, and there is just so little documentation. Like, you can enable the distance. Okay, why would I want to? You can enable the distance. Right. Yeah, I think if I enable distance, I will get these sort of, Veronoi distance. Okay, so I get that effect. So that would be used for transitional blends. Okay. I was just wondering if you could set the size, size of the cells. I love this. Call set displacement to set the displacement. Set displacement sets the displacement. Parameters, displacement. That's not documentation, right? This is auto-generated documentation. I got taught this at college. It was when you're doing documentation, never say x equals 5. Comment set x to 5. Yes, we know that. Yes, Speedy, you really need to read the webpage on it. I don't recommend you opt into it. You need a new world, own your new world. Don't expect to keep your world. I'm using this next 2-3 weeks as a way of spending some time spending some time to get the worlds generated. So you know, people won't need to make a new world, all right? All of this stuff is going to be optional. Come on, that must be... Oh, maybe that was too far. Hold on. Was it too far? Yeah, see those sparkles up in the air? That's what it's generating. So those sparkles there represent it's doing the, generating a lot of air at this point. Yeah, I don't think I'm high enough. So if I move down, I see it's actually still down. I should probably wait for the. This is what this. Oh, I've got it on. This is what the segment bake is, by the way. It shows how much is. Come on. But those, I don't think you can see those on stream. Hopefully you can. That's what we call the sparklies, and that shows what the purlin is deciding to generate. If you see sparklies, basically, you're best off just waiting for a few moments and letting it catch up. There we go. We can see it's caught with the floor now. And this particular seed, in this particular world, there just seems to be a lot of yellow, unfortunately. Normally, you'd be running around looking for copper, doing your pings. Did you do ping? I like it. Haha. Let's go down a bit. Let's do that again. I like that. The new ping is cool. Yes. I was copied it from No Man's Sky. Their ping was blatantly lifted from mine. Like, oh shit, that looks like my ping. But their one looks super professional. No, Snowy World is gone. Totally gone. Really? Can you not see the change in the ping? It looks nothing like the old ping. Can you not see that? Come on, daytime, there we go. So I do a ping now down here. Like, wee. Much better. But yeah, I'm kind of agreeing with you, Zoltan, that the problem is I've been slowly increasing that number as I kept finding tiny biomes. And it is supposed to be exploration. I mean, this is very much what I am encouraging. Okay, minus 160, 60, minus 160. Let's go to the other side now. It also doesn't help I keep restarting the world. And every time I restart the world, well, I have to start again. Hey, what? Did I? Oh, slash teleport 160, minus 160, 60, minus 160. Whee. Come on, Arthur, keep up. I mean, a lot of it is how far do we think the... how far should the player have to travel? Now, the other issue is all biomes are kind of equally weighted, but there's no guarantee there's a red biome within 20 kilometers. That's not how it works. Again, if we go back to a Veronoi diagram here, right? See that red one or that orange one? That's the only orange one of that color there. Now I do quantize it, or I will be quantizing it, but there's no guarantee that we can find a red one at all easily. So if I actually do, I was doing this yesterday. This works hilariously and spectacularly badly for what I'm about to do, but it's quite handy for what I'm trying to do. If I orbit at a distance of 160 meters, so the character will now describe a 160 meter radius. The problem is I have to do several loops for it's actually generated enough to cope. I am moving so quickly, like far, far quicker than the game can actually generate. And that's what we're talking about, ways of moving quickly. The problem is, if you've been there already, no problem. If you've seen it in the past, no problem. If we are talking about generating the world at a rate like this. So again, this is why you look at No Man's Sky and it's just mind-boggling how good it is. And then you look at Astroneers, which I like, don't get me wrong, I like Astroneers, but holy shit, their generation's so bad. Like, you get in a vehicle and it just can't keep up. You're driving along, and you suddenly drive into a hole that just appears under you. I've got some ideas for speeding this up. I've got some ideas for filling in these imposters as well with fake polys. Now that's something I actually have investigated on another project. The generation of stand-in meshes that are very, very, very quick to render. Because I can render a stand-in mesh that's just a skewed poly, and that's really cheap. Yes, I'd actually want to orbit at 320. So now I'm orbiting at the distance that the hive minds spawn at. The problem is, as you can see, you can see how quickly I'm moving, but the game can't. No. Now, if I leave this while I fix the instancer issue. Yes, so if we've... Okay, let's have a look at this. Matrix clusters that are totally emptied don't need to be rendered. Okay, so if it has 1023 instances, and the first 3 is 0, continue, comment, matrix has been now, hold on, I don't even need to do that, actually. I could just say, if the first 3 slot is 0, I know for a... No, do I know that for a fact? No, I need to say... The first 3 slot is 0. That just means that's the first one. We might have ones used later on. Yeah, no, that's not going to be the information I need, because... The first 3 slot might be 0, but slot 1 thing. No, Anomaly, that's not true. That's not true. There's lots of good things about No Man's Sky. The biggest problem with No Man's Sky is the game loop's a bit simple. But the art, just the world, the universe, the exploration is just lovely. I mean, if you want a lovely, chilled game, it's great, and it's visually incredible and such a challenge. If you played the Foundation update, it really, really adds. But my main problem with No Man's Sky is the gameplay loop, the 20-30 minutes of do this, repeat, do this, repeat. It's very simple, very, 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 very quick. Oh yeah, no, the landscape's second to none. This is, again, about Astroneers. Astroneers says they're going to be adding in monsters. I'm like, really? Because, again, No Man's Sky was a 4-year project from 14 people, all of which are amazing. I've worked with a whole bunch of them previously, and some of them are the cleverest people I have ever met. Right? And Astroneers wants to do the same things. Like, yep. You see, the weakest thing about No Man's Sky, I would say, was the monsters. Because it's just not a very easy thing to do. But they're like, yeah, we're doing monsters. I'm like, nah. Probably not a good idea, you know. What I need to say... What I need to actually flag it up as is when I remove it... Well, Trank, if you look at Astroneer's promises, they're one-sentence promises. And it's like, we're going to have animals. Are you? How? We're having, and space stations. And rockets. Okay. Like, right now, they can't even get the vehicles driving around networked correctly. So, I'm taking everything they're saying with a huge pinch of salt. It's got great potential. Absolutely. Holy shit, has it got potential. Whether or not that's right here now, I don't know. I'm trying to work out, by the way, I need to work out if the instance group has nothing in it, if it's completely been removed. I guess I can actually just say permanent ref count. Get first free. Okay, and on remove, so the ref count, I'll display it, I'm not even going to try anything, but the ref count should probably be 0. Oops. So this means I can determine if a matrix cluster is completely empty and don't render it. Right now, I'm still rendering all of the conveyors, but I'm rendering them off in infinity. That's the drawback with instance rendering. I think Astroneers does an excellent job, by the way, in just being a nice place to be. No Man's Sky does a fantastic job of being a quite a harsh place, but a fascinating and amazing place. Both of them have got very weak gameplay. I mean, I don't know, I've enjoyed Astroneers, had a lot of fun with it. Well, a little bit of fun with it. But you can pick up Astroneers, and if you know what you're doing, you'll have finished the whole game in an hour. But yeah, I'll go back to Astroneer once a month or so and see how they're doing. The other problem with Astroneer, this is an interesting one, same problem that the Siege has got. It's very polished. Now, if I want to add in a new machine into FortressCraft, I can just put a box in with the word placeholder, and I can do it, because some of the game is not polished. Astroneers has to polish everything, because they've decided that's how they're going to be doing their stuff. So that has the drawback that they're going to really have hurt their the rate at which they can implement things, because they aren't going to be able to implement half-assed things. I've implemented half-assed things, and I've got rid of them, because we're like, yeah, that didn't work. Thought it was going to work, didn't. But they don't have that luxury, and I think that's going to hurt their performance and their progression more than anything else. What they've promised in the next 4 years is hilarious. Okay, so if I add a whole bunch of objects. 1, ref count 1. Okay, so there's an instance where... Is it when I fill up the segment? Oh, I forgot. I've missed one. Oops. Is it where the segment's full? So if get first 3 fails, we allocate new cluster. And then we get the first 3. Yeah, I mean, again, Astroneers, because it's an easy example, they've got vehicles in them, in the game, and they're cool. And they've got networking. That's cool. And you've got physics network vehicle. Ooh, that's cool but hard. And then they have physics network vehicles that you can click together, which is amazingly cool. Running physics. Oh, running network. Ah. That multiple people can interact with. Ah. And you can have multiple vehicles. Ooh. This is the sort of thing I would look at going, that's a cool idea, I'm not doing it, because it won't work. In Burnout, we had a nightmare with cars ramming each other. As long as the cars stayed well apart, no problems. The moment the cars start to ram each other, bad. So does that just drop to 1, not get there? Doesn't leak, it just goes back to 1. It just goes back to 1. What have I done? What have I done? What have I done? What have I done? We don't return out. At all points here, we reduce the ref count. Let's just check the. Let me check. It might be my test code. Nominate. Yes. Do you know who Astroneer's marketing team is? I'll give you a clue. We were talking about a game earlier. That's a game about exploration that's had a lot of press, but it's a PlayStation exclusive. Astroneers is a Microsoft exclusive. Now, No Man's Sky's marketing was paid for by Sony. Who do you think is paying for Astroneer's marketing? Now, bear in mind, this is a game that the reviews on PC are glowing. Not on the console. On the console, it is a barely playable, laggy, crashy mess. And there's only about an hour of gameplay in it. I mean, I'm not being mean. There's an hour of gameplay. I think my record is like 70 minutes to get to another planet. And most of that I spent waiting. So, yeah. Microsoft are bankrolling it. Because they've got their No Man's Sky. Maybe. Ref count 1023. Free slot -1. Oh, why is the ref count not going down? Because that doesn't mean it's got one in it. And when we remove the last one... Now we don't know. If I knew I removed the last one, that's the thing. All I know is I've removed a slot. The ref... Ah, wait. The ref count went up to 1023. That means when I add the first one's not going up? Oh, it's so close. So this system is generic across the whole game. I'm really, really, really using it a lot. Yeah, that's fine. What have I done wrong? This is the problem that the other plants have got as well. That they, basically it's always rendering the worst case scenario. It's rendering the worst case scenario very quickly, so that's not too bad. I'll tell you what I'll do is I'll also just count ads, because if they match, then I know for a fact that it's empty. Do I? If I add 100, remove 100. Then that tells you if I add one more, 101, yeah, that's fine. But yeah, somewhere I've messed this up, I think. Yeah, no, I like Cachanera. It's nice. It's, you know, good or bad, it's nice. And I like that. I don't think it's going to fit otherwise. I was taken with two things. The multi-vehicle stuff is excellent, like the land train, and the tethering system is just fantastic. But both of those are a computational nightmare. So the 2 days after it came out, they had to rewrite the whole tether system because they said people are experiencing crashes and leaks and performances because they're making ramps from their base to the moon, and they seemed surprised that people would overdo it. And I was like, oh, yeah. I wish them the best. I hope they do brilliantly. I just think it's going to be a very shallow but pretty game. Well, I've got a flip there. Yeah, it's one out. It's like if the first is we don't return. There's no early returns. It's very few. Very few bugs left. It's just no. It's getting really good now. Okay, so 0 adds, 0 removes. 1 adds, 0 removes. 0 removes, yeah. See, I think it's when I actually hit the cap. Oh man, this is going to take a while to add 1,000 objects. I don't feel bad for the Crytek engine because I've used it and it's fucking horrible. I've never used such a bad engine in my life. Like, people go, well, why don't you use something else? I'm like, what is there? There's Unreal, which has a whole bunch of other issues. Unity, which has its own issues but is generally very good multi-platform. And what? I used the Crytek game for a game called Nike Fit. I think it was called something like Nike Fit Kinect Trainer or something. Well, no, Crytek isn't a pretty engine. Crysis had pretty art. I mean, Crysis had lovely, lovely, lovely art. Totes did. Okay, shitting bastard. Okay, I need, yeah, so sideways conveyors don't work properly yet. Because I'm offsetting along world Y, not local Y. Oh, do I actually store the up? Yes, I do. Good. That probably will fix that. Did I hit save? Yes, I'm done. Okay, we've definitely got a bug. Well, yeah, but what have you seen in Nominate? What? What have you seen in Crytek that looks amazing? I mean, as far as I know, I can only name 2 games that in the Crytek engine. 2 series of games. Because I worked on a game for it's in the Crytek engine. I'm not sure I would call it amazing. Nothing wrong with it, but like, it ain't the engine that makes a game look good or bad, it's the art. But Crysis, look lovely. I really love the look of Crysis. Good, that now works. But that's due to nice art. I can make a game that looked like Crysis in Unity. No problem, it just has to have the same art. The problem is with Unity, Unity's got a very bad rap because there's a lot of shit out there on it. So it all seems okay now. Yeah, this was a bad idea. I should have just delete my world again. Shouldn't have done that. Should not have done that. Unity doesn't run full screen window by default. What? Unity, you have to put a command line parameter into Unity to use borderless windowed. can't say I can actually. I can't actually say I can actually memorize any of those. Okay, let's see if this looks amazing. Looks alright. Well, you say that. Let's pull in. Yeah. Say that's not what I would describe as an amazing anti-aliasing system. But yeah, it's alright. But the thing is, I said, Prey, another release of Prey. God. The thing about, say, Crisis, it was beautiful. But it was a beautiful setting, a beautiful place. Removes 1022. Yeah, the ref count's correct. What am I doing wrong? But I'm sure I've called 1023 removes. That's the silly thing. Right, there's no other way to do it. We just go in. I think the final add... I think what it is... We can only... I think the final add is actually taking it up one too high. Like, I think we kind of start off at 1. Hold on. I'm gonna pop and grab a drink and have a think. While I do that, I will leave the thingy running around. Oh yeah, Kerbal Space Program looks horrible. Yeah, no, I'm not. You're not going to get any argument from there. But like, well, actually, that's not true. Kerbal Space Program has moments of sheer beauty, absolutely gorgeous moments, and then other moments of just horrific popping and lousy shaders. But they're a marketing team. I mean, they're a marketing team. I'm not being funny. They are a marketing team. That's what they are. They just decided to write a game, and that's again why it's done very well. They've marketed the game. Yeah, good for them. Right, I'm going to just leave that spin for a while I go grab a drink. So it won't be long. You can watch the world load in very slowly. And very briefly, just so you're talking about, Star Citizen is still using the same engine. Lumberyard is Crytek. Do your homework. Right. Well, that's easier, Nominate. Because it's cheap. Unreal will be expensive to buy because it's doing well. Unity will be expensive to buy because it's doing well. Now, which engine out there isn't doing very well? That's why. I think. If this matrix is full, no. Full is fine. So we're allocating within here. No, Nominate. It was totally because it was cheap. I can't imagine how many billions you'd have to pay for Unity. It's a huge, huge system, and it does very, very, very well. With ref count. So the ref count should be 1023. When it's full, ref count should hit 1023. And I'll also just change it, just instance, instead of 15,000 to add 1024. Unity, I've said stop, thank you. Oh, hold on. Right, let's see if that gets me any further. It's so close. So far, by the way, I've had 0 people ask for keys that aren't patrons. I always check. I've just given out a key to my 492nd patron. Okay, let's turn the logging on and let's Adding. Marking clutter 0 as full with ref count 1023. Yep, that's correct. That means I'm not removing enough. And when I hit removes, we'd have 1023. We should now do 1023 removes. 1022 removes ref count 1. Okay, so let me just add like 1020, because then I can just add the last few myself. So I can work out what it is. It might be this. It might be this. Oh, is random range inclusive or exclusive? Oh, I'll find out. It might actually be my debug code. Haha. Wouldn't that be funny? So the guy here is saying, I've set the minimum FPS to 60 in the dynamic frame rate, and it's still doing 30. Like, well, your computer isn't good enough. You know, sometimes I regret putting in... people just whine and whine and whine that they want to configure it. And I ship the game in a default, and people immediately mess with this and go, why isn't it running very well? But, like, it's, No, it's not this computer shit, he's just built everything in his base. But I'm like, I don't know what you want me to do. Like, the game changes the detail to hit the frame rate you want. Fine. But if you say, I want to run at 1,000 frames a second, and the computer can't, I'm like, what would you like me to do? Like, what is it you want me to do? Okay, so now we've had 1,020 removes. I think I'm just out by one. But I don't know where. It's like when we remove, I'm incrementing the wrong remove if it's the last one. But, like, the thing is, if I do get more aggressive, what happens is people are like, oh, I've chosen, 100 frames a second. Why can't I see very far? It's like, well, because you told the game to do 100 frames a second. It's like demanding that your car runs at high revs and then complaining that the fuel efficiency is bad. And hello, Andreas Edvardson. 72 jet turbines. No, the hopper. No, the hopper is a different bug. This is a performance issue. When I clear out a cluster, I still render it, and I don't want to. Peppo, yes. VSync off. Never have VSync on. VSync is the devil. If your PC, okay, here's how VSync works. Right, you're drawing the frame downwards like this. See my mouse down. What VSync does is it waits for it to get to the bottom and gives it to the screen. So if you're running at 61 frames a second, you will have VSync on and you will run at 60. Lovely. If you are running at 59.999999999 frames a second, it will drop to 30. Drops to the next lowest. If you're running at 29.9, it will drop to 15. So if your PC is totally badass, VSync on. Rock it. If your PC is slower than that, then you will get massive frame drops for no reason. Andreas, you press the secret key combination, which is secret, and only for people on Twitter. Well done on finding it. I suspect you just pressed it by accident. But yeah, VSync is the devil. Huh? I just ordered something. Next day delivery guaranteed. You're going to get a negative fucking review then, matey. Your package has been scratched. The company is called 24 Hours Delivery. Like, sorry, 1-star review. Sorry, I'm just gonna... Like this thing. I pay for Amazon Prime. This is on Amazon Prime. I don't expect it to arrive in 5 days. Yay. Right, you fuckers. Write a review. Write a review. 1 star. Bought from a company called 24 Hours Delivery. Estimated delivery time 7 days. Nice. But yeah, motherfuckers. I'm going to get it on like the cheapest post. You bastards. Yeah, my point is, Peepo, that if you're running at 40 frames a second now and you turn VSync on, you'll lose 10 frames a second for nothing. 40 is okay, but your base is too spread your base out. I'm working on that now, or I'm trying to. Just trying to work out why I'm getting one less remove than add. Unless it's this here. I can't remember if... cause Unity random... Dynamic detail just means... That's inclusive. Just means, hello, here's the frame rate I want. Please try and hit it. Do what you can. Because FortressCraft has this problem that on the surface, it might run at 5 frames a second, and underground it might run at 1,000 frames a second. So the game has to modulate the detail in real time because of these massive disparities. It's not like, example, No Man's Sky, where everywhere is the same level of detail. It has massive variations. Okay, it is inclusive. What am I doing wrong? I don't understand. I call add 1,000 times. I call remove 1,000 times. Hold on. Let's make sure that... it's something to do with the overflow. It's something to do with the overflowing. Let's check. Well, Jevtron, firstly, that's not true, because the minimum is higher than that. Secondly... yes, it will do. If you say, please run at a much higher frame rate than you can, what do you want it to do? As I said, my only other option is to automatically order you a video card off the internet. If you can't run at 60, and you say do 60, what do you want to do? I mean, yeah, if I turn the target frame rate up to well beyond what I can do, what do you expect the game to do? Please run at 120, and it's like, well... I can't. So what it'll be doing now is it'll be pulling in the draw distance to try and hit that, because I'm actually only hitting 75. In fact, I'm probably not even hitting that. Yeah, so there you go. Blah, 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 blah. My frame rate's going up. 80, 90. And just for the record, yeah, that's quite a lot further away than one segment. If you have a better idea on how the system can be written, go for it. But, like, I don't. But the frame rate is now as high as my PC can manage. But I would recommend dynamic frame rate on, aim for 60, VSync off. That's my recommended setup for people. And you can see the draw distance will now run at 60, a lovely, lovely, lovely 60, which is the frame rate of the gods. Actually, no, 120 is, but I can't do 120. Oh, it's so... I don't know I think it runs... I think I'm streaming at 60. I'm pretty sure, but it's lovely and smooth. Right. Right, there is no... It's when I flop over. It's to do with filling up the last segment. I'll put that there, and I can actually twit it that to recompile the code. It's to do with filling up that last segment. Tooltips are spectacularly difficult to implement. Yeah, Peepo. The other thing is, I'm going to say this out loud. Your CPU is quite old, quite low quality, yeah, and you're getting 40 frames a second in an in-game base. I think you're doing all right. Good quality, I usually find, gets me about 300 frames a second in a new world, and end game I'm dropping to about 40. Spreading out your base will get you more frame rate. It's that simple because it doesn't have to do it. Good quality is usually pretty nice looking as well. So I said add 1,000. Yeah, so there's the issue. I said add 1,024, and it's added apparently 1,025. That might be the issue. Yeah, no, the object is appearing. I thought I'd fixed it, but I just need to come back to it. Oh, it's Lawsy boy again. Lawsy, this is 3 days in a row. 3 days in a row. 3 days in... Oh, man. Oh, shit, you got blocked, dude. Damn. Damn, son. This is the problem. You see, the moment I hit... Well, we're at 25 here today, so we're not doing too badly today, I suppose. But the moment we hit this sort of level of people, we end up getting the sub-beggars. I've got a 3930K overclocked to 4.8. So it's a 12-core CPU. So this is one of the things I noticed about Peepo's setup. And if Peepo, if you are interested, I don't know. But Peepo has an i5, and this game also strong GPU, weak-ish CPU. Try, is it F11? Okay, so I'm going to add 1,024 things. I've added 1,024 things, but those two numbers there add up to 1,025. I think the issue is on the final add, when we roll over into a new segment, I think we're actually adding in a 1 there and a 1 here. That's what's happening. It's that. I think we might be actually rolling over at 1022 as well. Yeah, because in the first free slot is greater than or equal to 0. It's not -1. I'm kind of wondering. Sorry, because cores and threads are fairly interchangeable. 12 cores is pretty much as good as 12 threads. And having worked a lot of these, I always just get them mixed up. Also, it takes a lot longer to say 6 cores brackets 12 threads, because obviously a i5 has 4 cores and 4 threads, and i7 has 4 cores and 8 threads. I'm slightly concerned that we might be allocating 2. So when we I think it's actually if that and this says because -1 from here means that we failed to find anywhere to put it. And that may or may not have jumped into a new cluster. I think that is what I need to do. Because that means what I was doing is when I filled up, I think I was quite happily working out. I think I was allocating the 1023rd object twice. I don't think that's true, Devtron. I don't know. An i7. When you say an i7, do you mean like a... No. What i7 they make with 2 cores? I mean, I've got a Cherry Trail downstairs, and that's 4 core. Or is it 2 core 4 thread? Which CPU specifically do you mean? And hello, Reverkin. Boy, are you in for some changes. There we go. Perfect. That's a U series. What's that one? Also, that's an old CPU. But is U the mobile or? Yes, that's the mobile one. Good grief, 2 gigahertz. Yeah. Yeah, that was a low-end mobile Haswell one. But FortressCraft is unusual. FortressCraft likes lots of threads and lots of cores. It loves lots of threads and lots of cores. The more you can give it, the happier it is. Yeah, so that's still a bug, look. But that has fixed that issue, which I'm pretty sure I was double allocating the last instance cluster. Bugs, I don't think that's the official designation. I've never worked out what the K is. Like, because mine's a K series, which is overclocked. What's the K for clock? So I reckon, check out the game. Check it out. This may not be the FortressCraft that you remember. Things are different. Stuff has changed. The world is a much brighter and lighter place. More varied, more colourful, more interesting. Yeah, Jim Bob, I know K means overclock, but why K? Why U? Oh, I found a red area finally. Oh, look at that. It's not really grass. I've called it organic detritus. The problem is, Reverkin, you're doing what I keep doing and what other people... They keep trying to find real-world analogues. I mean, this looks a bit like sandstone. But it's not sandstone. It's just orangey shit. Yeah, Obi, a lot of it is... this guy had... Pepe, he had 72 jet turbines. I should just harvest these plants. There's something... There's still something strange. Still doing something wrong with the rotation. Yes, you could be Ultrabook. New world though, so I don't have much generated. Yeah, Rebecca, I know, but it's not sand and sandstone and grass. It's all organic detritus. It's all the same. It's just coloured. Maybe we will do some work later on to bandy it into ranges. But right now, I'm mostly focused on making the plants in FortressCraft much more important and interesting. I've got some ideas. Good to have you back. Are you back at work now? Is that why you're back? Oh no, it's Saturday. Is it Saturday? Yeah, it is. I also sped world generation up a bunch because I've spent a lot of time just running around looking for stuff. The trees pop out a lot. Well, yeah. I hate the trees. I hated them anyway. I haven't got around to thinking about tree changes yet. But it's quite nice now just to run around on the surface and explore. It's actually at least slightly more interesting. There's no variation in landscape. It's still just a single purlin with no terrain selectors. Doubt I'm going to get time to do that this month. But I think it will be good to get a new landscape out because it will... A lot of times I make changes and I don't think people realise the changes I'm making. Yeah, we've got a new surface texture called organic detritus. So if I actually dig away, you can see that the surface blends in nicely with the world. But yes, lots of changes. All of them good, I think. Yeah, the trees never fitted, and I hated them, but what would you like me to do? I completely agree. Do I have any other objects I can put in? No. Can I take the objects out? Also no. I'm already running the risk. Well, I've removed dirt from the game. There's no dirt in the game anymore. It's gone. So I have to rely on organic detritus being the dirt replacement. Now you have to find snow. Is that snow up there? Yeah, see, snow is now a bit rarer. I'm not sure quite if I've managed to do to the horizon again. I'm continually working on performance. A lot of it is sometimes I need to implement systems that could take months to write, and that's obviously a pain. But I'm just working on the implementation of the new instance rendering. So we now have a new way of rendering certain types of objects. I will show you. So I can go like that, and I can render... Oh, that's not enough. Let's render 10 times that many. Let's render a lot. So I can now render a huge amount of things. I'm rendering all of that at 30 frames a second. That's 102,000 conveyors. And this is the bug I'm trying to fix now. Is... Yeah, if the ref count is 0... then we don't need to render it. And what I'll also do is I'll skip those here in the GUI. But we'll see the discontinuity in the render slots. I still think there might be some issues, but it's getting there. Be aware, any new worlds you start on this patch, this isn't final. I'm going to be changing lots of stuff. Did I make a typo, or was it just... I did make a typo. Oh, because it's M, not I. M. Well, Jimbo, share the wealth. What is the meaning of the K series? See, apart from that, it's snowing here. It just looks really nice. Right, so now, if I render a shit ton of these, and then I remove them all, that should all disappear. Yeah. Oh, no. There's still a bug. Still a bug. I suspect the snow's going to get removed. What's it called? Air dust. There's basically like this. I don't know if I can find it though. There's like stuff in the air, but kind of like that. But yeah, ref count -1 is a bug. Ref count minus. Right. And if the ref count ++ Oh, it's so close. So close, so close. Yeah, pollen. Yeah, it's just stuff. But we'll come to that one because I learned a lot about procedural palettes, quadratic, and stuff. Again, I keep referring back to it. I'm sorry, but No Man's Sky always looks good. Always. And I wanted to know why. And then I found out it's using a triatic or possibly quadratic palette. And it always looks good. Always. Just every shot looks lovely. Oversaturated, undersaturated, beautiful. Always beautiful. Look at that. That's fantastic. So I can see here from now what I've learned, you see, is that we've got a primary colour, and then this one is the complementary colour, and this one is the triatic palette shifted 30%, and that's the triatic palette shifted minus 30%. I understand this now. And I'm using a similar mathematical system. Yeah, Reverka, but we're getting rid of that because partly because I'm bored of it, and partly because I think a lot of other people are bored of it too. So now the surface, it's still cold and harsh and unforgiving, but it's quite pretty. Underground is a lot more monochromatic and a lot less exciting. Right, let's see if we can make it break then. Right, I'm not getting an error, but free slot is... Oh, no, ref count, that's fine. So the ref count's gone negative. Does that mean there was nothing to remove? Or we failed to give an add? I'm pretty sure this only happens if I jab the button. This might actually just be an issue with this. But yeah, I plan to implement basically complementary colour, dust and sky colour. I'd like to make the game a better looking game. Oh, blimey. Now the worst thing is I have to implement this into the other instances. We have 3 types of instancer. This probably means the ref count was wrong after an add. This thing exists, so yeah. Yeah, okay, comment. We may, oopsie, have allocated or failed to allocate, but last slot. No, you can't link in YouTube at all. Not possible. Don't know why. Even I can't. It's just, oh no, you can if you're an admin, but no other way. So just check, if we get first free and we're returning -1, we only increment the ref count if we're about to return. And the ref count is never getting too high. I think this is a situation where we're... So we allocate a new cluster. That doesn't actually do anything. That just sets us as the first matrix with space. We'll just link it in Discord. That's what the Discord's for. And then we get first free. So we get first free. We'll start the first matrix with space, which might be float.max. And then if we find a free slot, and we search for the next free slot, the Discord URL is in the game. Should probably point that out. Like, it's literally, it's in the game. So all you have to do is there, but I will send you the link just cause. Discord's where all the cool kids go. Oh. If we're returning the last one, I'll check the log. Yeah, so we mark. Yeah, I know. You're not seriously linking me the fact that in the Bleeding Edge build, sometimes you go away from the base and you come back and the machine's invisible. Yes, I know. I know. I'm currently trying to work out this though. We mark the clusters as full. Error, ref count went negative. Ref count went negative. In cluster. This is something very simple. Yeah, I know about the invisible machines. I'm well aware. I'm quite impressed that you are brave enough to try a cargo lift controller, because there'll be a new build today with changes to the world gen. Thank you for testing it, but you're brave. You didn't know what. So remember, when talking to a streamer, do not use words like it or that. I have no idea what that is. I said quite a lot of things in the time it took me to do it. Yeah, so... What? Always type sentences. That's not a sentence. If you walked into the room... Remember, you walked into a room and you went, I didn't know that. No one knows what you're talking about. If you walk into a room and you said, I didn't know that giraffes could fly, that's a sentence. Everyone knows what you're talking about. Probably makes it clear. If you are in Bleeding Edge, it's risky. It is an untested nightly build. The world test is even more untested. You've got to be super brave. Back up your worlds, all of that. And this one is making some major changes to the game. It might be even the patch is late this month. Zoltan, probably what will happen, more or less, if you place a plant, it will probably take about an hour to grow. That process that just took a few seconds will take an hour. If you put it on in a hydroponics bay and you put a hydroponics lamp over it, it will take a lot longer, less than that. Don't think I've actually... yeah, there's no graphics for those yet. They're on the list. Oh, Wizard TV, thank you for the follow. Forgot about that. It didn't make any sound. How odd. Play with the boss. There is a thread with all the patch notes in it. I update it with every change. I mean, to be fair, I've never had any issues. It's just that I do not opt into Bleeding Edge as a matter of course. Check. Because sometimes there'll be builds like, this will wipe your new world. Potentially. There's never been one, but there might be one. Okay. Shit, it's leaking. Look at that, 3 slots going up. Oh, Hef, you brought everyone food? Oh, good man. Hef brought everyone food, guys. Yeah, see the ref count, the 3 slots going up. I'm still not 100% sure it's not my test code. which would be embarrassing. Will the colour change be more subtle? Do you mean the biome transition? That's already much more subtle than it was. I can't make it much smoother because it starts to not match up to the colours, and it starts to get what's the word? Much more much slower. Right, let's see if I can work this bastard out. But yeah, the transition happens over quite a few meters. But if I put some plants down, so plants, currently you can place plants. That will not be the case. So you place the plants, I wait for them to grow. You can see the transition is actually... Wait, where are the plants? Oh, here they are. Yeah, so you can see the transition is actually there. And the blending just makes it look like it's not. So if I actually extend that line out, wait for them to grow. They grow much slower in a build, by the way. So you can see there, the colour changes, like that one is actually that wide, and I'm smoothing along. And it's not, I can make it much smoother, but that means that, well, I'm going to put it, plants growing on a biome transition, you wouldn't know what plant to expect. But plants don't have any transition smoothing. Because it just doesn't work like that. Come on, sunlight, up you come. Ah, these things are so fast to render. It's glorious. But, thank you, Hef. Thank you. But what the clever part is, the bit where I have stolen it from No Man's Sky, is on the yellow. Plants have blue leaves because blue is the opposite of yellow, and a yellow bauble. On the purple area, I should be able to predict they should have greeny leaves. You see, because green is the opposite of purple. So green leaves, purple trim, and wait for it. Purple fruit. Cyan should have red leaves. Yeah, red leaves. You say it's a little bright, but it's only a little bright for the very, very, very peak of the day. So yeah, I can't make the smoothing any wider because, as you already notice, the colour of the plants doesn't really match up. This happens to be a spot though where 3 biomes meet. Which might be the biggest number, actually. Veronoi diagram. I don't know if you can get points in a Veronoi diagram where more points meet. It might only be, it might be the rule that might only ever be 3 points. Though here, there's 4 within close succession. But yeah. Right. Instancing. Now. There's a leak. There is a leak. So we've got 10,425 things being rendered, but we should only have 10,240. So I'm leaking. You can see the last one 20 instances, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. I guess part of the question is, if I disable them and I teleport away, and then look at the game, are there actually 20 conveyor belts lying around, or was that have I actually leaked? That's where was I? Yeah, I'm not. I'm gonna sort of repeat what I've said before, right? I'm at the point now where I have got 90% of the quality I'm going to get. If I continue to work on it, it might get a couple of percent better, but I'll need to spend 2 or 3 times as much time, which I'm not going to do. And again, this is the important thing about development, right? You need to know when to stop. That's really quite important, because right now I've got quite a good sort of reward to time ratio. I'm now fixing a bug in the engine. You want me to fiddle with the Perlin, right? You don't know how, I don't know how. So I could spend 10 hours, and at the end of the 10 hours, right, it looks worse. That's the problem. I could potentially modulate the edges with a thing. I could use quantized Perlin. There are a bunch of options available to me, but they're not straight. Just let that page in. See, it's not a straight line. You know, it's just not. Yeah. Oops, too far. I can run along this biome transition so we can actually see it a bit more. Yeah, there's the 3-bit. But yeah, it's important. This is why some games end up never coming out, is because the devs haven't spent enough time making mistakes. I spent a lot of time making mistakes, so I understand what not to try. This is why I look at Astroneers and their vehicles going, you're going to regret that. You might regret it in 6 months or a year, but you will regret implementing that system. But seeing about the transitions, they're okay. They're not dead straight at all. They might have if I cover them up with plants, they might look a bit dead straight. I can do, by the way. That's the funny thing. The rendering is fast. I can have a plant on every single bit. But there's a lot of plants, which we'll see how many people complain. Wizard TV, thank you. There are 2 main things that have kept me going at this point. One of them is Dire Wolf. Dire Wolf 20 played the game and he has insane reach. His playing of the game and the patron are what has paid for the development of this game. Out of its own record, it's not sold enough to continue developing on it. The patron is about half what it was 6 months ago because loads of people, I'm a bit sad to say, the moment they got the Frozen Factory, they just cancelled their patron. So I assume a lot of people are using it as a free key. What I might do is something like you have to subscribe for at least 3 months before you get your key or something. I don't know. I'll think about it. It's not that it's too much work, Matthew. I could potentially spend 10 seconds and make it 100 times better. Or I could spend the rest of today and it's half as good by the end. That's the problem. It's not a straightforward and simple, let's just play with it and it'll get better or worse. I'm a little bit concerned about the rate of the plants disappearing. They're not. I'm relying on the brute force of your video card, you see. I'm saving shit on CPU time. Yeah, lots of people bought the game because of Dire Wolf. I keep trying to get him to play it. really, no one streams the game. I've got it set up as one of my notification games, and there's virtually no one playing it, which really makes me rather sad. Blue. More people stream the game, the better it goes. If you're a streamer and you get 20 people watching you, that's 20 people who know about the game, and maybe someone from there will stream it and tell their friends, and so on and so forth. Yes, Oltan, I've been thinking about that, about a grass entity that's not selectable, that deletes itself. Possibly, yeah. I mean, right now, these plants are taking up, like, no time? Oh, I don't have enough plants to actually take up any... I'm using up so little CPU. Yeah, you can just see it appear... Yeah, there you go. So I have 1,600 plants running. Yeah, Plum. I mean, like proper streamers, like pro streamers. I've seen you stream. It's just like you're just face rolling on the keyboard and just like rubbing your knob on it and things. No, I appreciate that. I've seen you streaming it. And I said, anyone streaming the game is good. I kind of like watching people who don't know what they're doing, as it really helps me improve the quality of the game. They're the best people. Matthew, no. Frozen Factory requires you to build a much bigger base. I went on the basis if you get to that point, you like big bases, and you're just not going to lie about it. You see what I did there? Let me just twiddle. Well, yeah, but that's good for an LP. But it's designed to take a long time to complete. I mean, when you say grinding, there's not much grinding. Grinding is a manual action you repeatedly do to progress. I don't think there's much of that in FortressCraft. Really. Yeah, so this is the one. See those two biomes there? That one and that one. They're both going to be counted as green. That one's going to count as probably blue. That one will count as cyan. There's only 7... biomes. I have tried to contact streamers. I've endlessly harassed people about streaming it. I harass Hef, who's in channel, Marathi. I keep poking Direwolf. And as I said to you guys, right, if you want... The best thing you can do, right, if you want the game to succeed, is to become a patron at like $100,000 a month. That's the best thing you can do. If you know a streamer who streams, Feed the Beast or Factorio or Space Engineers, that style of survivally logistics sort of game, that is getting them to play the game is just the best thing you can do. I keep trying to contact people. I've contacted professional streamers. I got a guy called Generic B to stream the game, to do a video on the game, and he cost a tiny fortune, and it was fucking awful. Absolutely. We got the video back and we're like, why the hell have we paid you to do that? You've just... Literally, he just sat down, unedited, and played the first 30 minutes of the game. And we're like... we kind of thought that you'd be, progressing. A half-hour video that covers 10 hours of the game. And we're like, oh, yeah. So yeah, I was particularly annoyed at that, and that's really if ever I'm having another streamer do a video like a paid for video, my God, am I going to micromanage it this time? I just couldn't believe it when we got it back. We're like, okay, but that's no use. I don't seem to recall I remember being rude. May have been. I don't remember. It goes up on add. 10224, click 10225. That shouldn't have gone up. Well, I mean, Atticus, yeah. So much for the 1%ers. I've got well over 100 patrons. One of them must be really rich, surely. But no. Ah, now it's not leaking. What is it? What is it? Yeah, adds 144, removes 143. And then place that one at the end. 10246, 10247. See, I've leaked 7 instances. Matrix 10 has 17 instances. Okay, I can probably debug Matrix 10 because that's the only one that's rendering, and it's only got 17 instances in it. And I should be able to look at the matrix directly. You know, I just see blonde, brunette, redhead. MA matrices M. So this has got, it's not full. It's got a ref count of 1. Ah, that's, I didn't notice that. It's only got a ref count of 1. That's fine. I think it's something dumb. So when I add, let's see what the current state of the matrix is first. That's what we'll start with the current matrix. I've got some baseline data. Oh, I'm so close. I thought I got all the bugs in the system yesterday. Yeah, so what I've got is I've got a hot... Oh. What's used? Fuck off, Unity. $17. I probably... I don't recall the last ad. Okay. So... Here, I've got some zeros in it. Now that's bad. That's unallocated. That's the one I've actually got down. And these ones have never been used. Oh, how's it got in this state? And the real question, I guess, is are we leaking? Like, in reality, are we actually leaking? Alright, let's fix the triad function, and we'll monitor the other one. And what I might do is just leave it looping for around for a few minutes, just see if it leaks. Okay, so we don't do this anymore. So lb allopt equals true here is an allocate new cluster. And then we delete everything down, including the exit. And then add and triad are exactly the same. Everything between that and lock. And then what I'll do is I will turn on the rendering for that, and I will take that one. And then I'll put the game in orbit mode. Yeah, see, the thing is, Hef, I don't actually think it's actually leaking. What I think it's doing is it's, instead of... I think if I continue to fill up that instance, it will get to the end and then rewind back to the beginning and use those ones. But it's supposed to allocate from the start. I think it's actually quite tricky because what I would like to have done, you see, is to have another Boolean array that says, has this thing been used? But what I'm actually doing is a little bit naughty. So when I do try add, I try and get the first free slot in this matrix. I know this matrix has a free slot somewhere. I start at the first free slot, and I think that's the thing. I think it's purely there. Now, this is an optimization, so I start at the beginning of a 100,000 matrix. I can't run through them linearly searching. So we start at first free slot, and I think that's the issue, because when we're removing we set the free slot only if it's lower than the current first free slot, which seems fine. But that's what I think the issue is. It's not actually the location, it's the position of the first free slot. So it's basically, we'll fill it up, but there'll be spare space there. So it's not that we're leaking as such, we're just wasting a bit of space. So what I'll do is I will pop the player on orbit, on a really big orbit, hopefully the level's kind of mostly generated. Wizard, I'm sorry that you're finding the YouTube... I find the YouTube stream a hell of a lot better than the Twitch one. Better quality, lower lag, everything. So I'm a bit surprised that you're not finding that the case. There's definitely something screwy going on with my clouds, but I can't work out what it is right now. I think it's just because I'm in editor and I haven't started up through the world properly. Yeah, see, the actual backgroundy thing's okay. Is his parent rotated suddenly? No? It looks like... Yeah, there's definitely something very screwy going on. Like the... Oh, don't tell me Unity's about to crash on me. Come on, don't crash. There we go, thank you. Right. So, we're currently running bazillions of flowers. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to orbit at an absolutely humongous rate. No, I have an artist that does game models when possible. So what I'm doing now is I'm just essentially hammering the instancer. So the bottom one is plants that are currently growing, current tense. And there's, 800 of them or something. Top one is plants that are fully grown. And currently we're running 6,000. The question is, after it's been looping for a little while, does that just keep going up? So you can see it's now filled up the first 5 matrix clusters. The 5th one is wobbling. And then sometimes we free it from an early one and we make sure we fill up that. Now, there you go. That's the bug. So what's happened is Matrix 8 has 118 instances, but it's already moved on to Matrix 9. That means that the code that detects if it's full is not perfect in some sort of way. I am curious why the frame rate is so bad, though. There's not much from the Unity store. A few dozen things, maybe. Wow, the plants are nearly free now. Gosh. Yeah, it's just rendering. I could probably... So there you go, that's what's happening, is I'm orbiting like that. The idea is this gives me the max amount of colour. I'm pretty sure if I reduce the draw distance to like 128, there we go, that'll get me some more frame rate. Not actually, having said that, I actually think at this speed, I don't actually think the game ever keeps up. I'm just moving too quickly. I'm asking the game to allocate and deallocate way too much. Like it's not getting. It can only clear up one per. Oh god, I forgot how quick it is now. But it can't clear it up in time. Oh, wait a minute, and... Is it just me? It still thinks I'm in the middle. There's a problem with the orbit code. That'd be what it is. But yeah, we are... Depends how much time I want to say. Now, this is definitely a bug. Okay, so Matrix 9 has room in it. Oh, man, no, Matrix 9 is growing now. So every so often, it does rewind back to there. The question, I mean, I'm slightly worried, but right now, those 24 matrices represent 24 draw calls. But they are saving 24,000 draw calls. So old system would have been 24,000 draw calls. New system is 24 draw calls, but could be fixed to be as low as 12. It does look like it eventually does get back in there and clear it out, though, so it's probably okay. Shift just shows debug information generally, or lets you super build. I was kind of hoping, by the way, if I leave it for a bit, hopefully it will be able to finish generating. But I think it's actually being done, and I think it's generating around there. Come on, game. Let me out. Yeah, there's a reason I don't let you orbit this big. I've just remembered what it is. Now, hopefully then, if I teleport away, I'm going to teleport 10 kilometers up in the air. Oh, the frame rate's... No, the frame rate's not back, is it? Let me put that same skip in the UI rendering that I do in the... Oh, actually, hold on. Did I actually put that skip in the rendering? No, I didn't. That would have been a good idea, wouldn't it? Twit. And same thing. There. Because that was what I'm trying to fix. It's the if you allocate an entire cluster of 1,000 objects and then get rid of them, they kind of still exist. They're marked as free for reuse, but I can't render part of a I can't re-render part of an object. It's just not possible. That's just not how instancing works. I can render technically from the beginning to halfway through, and I do that, but I can't do it any other way. What's this? Is it? That's probably the same thing. What's that in? Get first free. Okay. Get first free. So we locate the free cluster. lmat.refCount++. But the ref count lets me determine whether or not I don't render it. But kind of what I need to do is I need to use this thing for a whole bunch of time now. Where did we ref count minus? There it is. In remove. Unsurprisingly. Interesting, that could probably be a use short. Okay, so this means we won't render once we're not using. So I should now, if I do that again, be able to see the cluster grow and shrink. So anything I'm not using, I'm not rendering. Memory's free. I don't give a shit about memory really. Memory's cheap. But it should always clear out old ones when you move away, which is what I'm going to verify now. But orbiting like this gives me the maximum amount of hammering of the system. Well, as a rule of thumb, it applies a lot in computer games. I can improve performance by spending RAM, and I can save RAM by by worsening performance. An example would be like a sine and cosine table, right? I can pre-calculate a sine table, and looking up a sine pre-calc is much faster than actually doing it at the cost of RAM. This has been true ever since I started programming. So, for instance, I could have a bool array that I can search through and store the first index like that. I just don't currently. Right, so let's do our cray orbit. And the real question is, does this clear out nicely? Still, I'm not quite sure why the frame rate does get quite so bad. But again, we're back to the problem is I'd like to have dropships in the game. I can't because you can't move fast enough yet. It's something I need to look at. I've got some ideas. But they're stored already, Steve. They're not saved, to be fair, but carts, assuming you're using the get segment thingy, they're stored in the CPH. That's someone knocking at my door. Hold on. There's a big thud, but I don't know what it was. And Cat looked up. Oh, I see. Yeah, I mean, as a rule, memory's cheap. FortressCraft used to use up a lot more memory than it does. I mean, I'm using, well, actually that leaks. Probably 3 or 4 gigs. Most of the time, I say minimum gig, spec 8 gigs. People still don't, but that's because people are idiots. It would help here, by the way, if I was looking in the direction I was travelling. A lot of the loading and generation is kind of expecting you to look the same way you're going. But you'll notice we're not leaking, not by any stretch of the imagination. So let's crank the draw distance up. Maximise the number of plants. Ooh, wow. So now we are leaking instances there, but there we go. It's now going back. At some point, it does go back. I think when you empty something from it, it marks it off as the first one. I don't know under what circumstance it decided to go from matrix 23 to 37. Free slot is -1. Yes, actually I did have a note at this. If Matt uses the max instance size, that just means we've allocated the last one in the group. That doesn't mean there's no gaps between it. But we're now sitting at 20,000 instances. So the real question, I guess, is if I just drag in the orbit radius, so let me make it daytime so I can see what I'm doing. Drag in the orbit radius. Well, that's interesting. You can have it as a negative number. Yeah, I wish it was smart to go over things, but it's not. Oh god, yeah. Well, we're now up to 40,000 plants. So I can't tell if we're leaking, ironically. I don't think we're leaking. I just don't think we've had time to clear down. I think that's okay, because that's only plants within our draw distance. Now, we don't do vis culling. We can't, because in a cluster, one plant might be here and one plant might be here. So I can't do that. But I have told it to render stuff at this draw distance. And it is. I think the game has actually done quite a bad job of clearing up behind itself. And I know why, because the clear up is purposely lazy. I could clear all that up in one frame, but if I do so, you'll get a huge spike. So I clear it up over a lot of frames. And that's why when you start spinning that quickly, you just leak stuff. Now the question is, those plants, are they going to clear up or not? So let me teleport 10 kilometers in the air, and there we go. But I don't know why they're not oh bugger. No, they were just out of range. So, how can I describe it? The game generates stuff aggressively, very aggressively, as quickly as it possibly can, in order that the player does not end up staring at a wall. It clears down, as you can see it's doing it now, much less aggressively, because that is expensive. But yeah, we can see here we're dropping slots now. I think I've got the ref count code wrong, though, because it's not squidging it in. Because obviously when you teleport, I'm busy trying to pull in the new stuff. Just the fact there's stuff out in the distances doesn't really make any odds. Like we'll keep it. Here we go. Aha! And there, it's pulling in stuff to match the draw distance I've told it. That's done that. It should fill up as the square. And the corners. Yeah, one corner, two corners. See, when it's not adding or removing, that's the quick part. So that gave us 40,000 plants. I need to display the ref count because either I've broken the ref count, which is possible, or I have dirt. Hopefully, I broke the ref count because it's new. MA matrices I.ref count. The sad thing is, at the end of this, no one's going to notice any difference. Well, I guess with the new plants, but with the conveyors, these new conveyors, I'm not shitting you, are 1,023 times faster than the old conveyors. But no one's going to notice. All that will happen is that people will build more and then complain that it can't run very well. Ref count. So we ref count increment when we if the first three slot is moving, then we return. So the first three slot is 0, then we'll allocate to the end of the list. Oh no, the first three slot is -1. Comment. Round is -1. Probably almost never happens. And ref count minus. Okay, and triad, both triad and add, they should now only get first free if we fail. So that is when we ref count increment, if it's there, return that one. Ref count increment, otherwise you return -1 and we don't ref increment. And if we don't ref increment, then we will go almost definitely, shit, we need to allocate a new cluster. And if we fail to allocate for any other reason, we'll come back into here and then we should ref count. And if we don't, we'll get a big error. Let's see what the numbers do. No, Trank. 1,023. If it's 23 times faster, I'm not sure I would bother. Basically, what I'm doing is I am now improving the rendering to match the simulation. No, there we go. Oh. Did I? Yeah, that's why. I don't use this one. I use dual instancing. So we've got 3 types of instance rendering, because I'm an idiot and I forgot. We have got basic ones that just draw. We've got ones that can have a glow and a parameter, and then we've got ones that can have 2 sets of parameters. Now, this is the more expensive one because, hilariously, they don't support two sets of colours. You can't transmit two sets of colours. So I've had to munge together colours, which is just kind of hilarious, really. Okay, so let's take across the changes. If you are a programmer, yes, I should have inherited from a base class. Yes, I should have. Did I? No. Do I regret it? Just a little bit. Am I going to change it now? No. So I remember once when one of my juniors gave me his report of what he'd done for the week, and he's like, "Oh, I've refactored this," and I was like, "You did what?" "Oh, I've just refactored it. It's neater." I'm like, "We have a schedule. You've got to do what's on the schedule." "Yeah, but this needed refactoring. It's much tidier now." I'm like, who the fuck gives a shit how tidy your fucking code is? Things that no one cares about when they purchase your game. Is the code tidy? I was flaming, and he's like, "Yeah, this isn't a big problem." I'm like, "Okay, well, do you want to take it to the lead?" He's like, yes, because this isn't a problem. Took it to the lead, and the lead was like, "You fucking wasted 2 weeks refactoring." He then had a go at me going, "Why did you let him?" I'm like, "I didn't know. His report said he was working on the stuff, working on the system. But instead of making the system better, he refactored it." So I could refactor this into an inherited base class, and it might take me a day. I'm never going to spend a day copying and pasting that shit back and forwards. So, whatever. But yeah, it is something that juniors do. They don't do the right thing. It's very rare, very, very, very rare that refactoring will save you more time than it costs. Nearly always, you'll tidy it up, it will take you 4 days, and over the next year you will save 2 days. Nearly always. There are obviously some exceptions to that. But don't forget, we're talking about a game. We're talking about a game that takes 9 months to write, and then we ship it, and then we throw it all away and start again. This wasn't library code. He literally pissed up the wall a significant percentage of the game's development, or his personal development time, making the code look nicer. And it's like, "Oh, it's all reusable now. It's all data driven." I'm like, "Oh, great, because we're throwing this away in 4 months. You know that, right?" "Yeah, but now the designers are done on this." But yeah, this guy, I just means I have to keep copy pasting fixes between 3 classes. They're nearly done. Once they're done, they're done. Right, so hopefully then I'm going to get some meaningful information back out of this. That's my hope. So we're going to orbit at... So you can just about manage it at 128. Just. Damn, that looks nice. Look at that. Oh, that looks... Apart from the big holes. I actually think that the orbit might not have the look vector right. There is also the concept of code that's so bad you can barely read it. But he was basically taking a class, pushing it into a library, making it data-driven off disk rather than hard-coded numbers. And we're like, yeah, the reason we hard-code numbers is it's quick. And in my entire time, I will spend half an hour editing these numbers. Whereas you have spent a month, let's say, implementing a data driving system. So you've saved a negative period of time. Sure, it's totally what you were taught at uni. Sure, it's tidy and it's extensible and it's brilliant, but we're throwing it away in a year. I'm actually quite pleased, by the way, with the orbit there. That's actually working okay. What's not working okay is I think I broke all the plants. So that's think I might be doing it the wrong way around. If ref count is 0, yeah, and we I forgot to increment or decrement the variable. That did it. Twit. Get first free lmat.ref count plus. I do notice performance was a lot better. I don't think that's due to the instancing. I will be doing final performance pass and making sure. But I don't think there's anything due to that one. Also, frustration. That's nice, dear. And so we have this message where we print, but I swear we actually take longer printing that message than doing it. So we're populating that in 0.8 milliseconds. I don't think I can do a printf in 0.8 milliseconds. Okay, plants back now. Ref count. We do ref count. Oops. Yeah. Sorry. Thank you, Dylan. I'm glad you're paying attention. I'm like, yes, it's right there. Oh, that's a plus. Right. But it's good that I can orbit at 128 meters. That's. I'm happy with that. 128, 128, 128. There we go. Yeah. Oh, Hef, if you've never profiled debug prints, they're insane. Assembling a string is dog slow. It really, really is horribly slow. String handling is just slow. Full stop, always. Printing it to the console, I'm not joking. I've seen it take like 4 or 5 milliseconds to print a big string. The worst thing you can do when profiling code is to print stuff out. But every time we hit a new segment, I was dumping out some text. And the problem is, of course, that the faster you go, the more text you're printing out. Okay, local player. Okay, now we're now going to orbit at a ridiculous 320. And this will get me up to a lot of numbers. So the problem is, as you can see, we never clear these segments down. The game is generating segments quicker than it's clearing them. Eventually, it will it wouldn't catch up ever. Eventually, I guess eventually it'll be on disk. Actually, Spiderbot swims when you do this. See if I can find him. So Spiderbot, I'm not being funny. He literally swims. Where is he? The Spider Bro. Spider Bro. Can't find you, Spider. Well, apparently I can't auto follow. Oh, he's not doing it because he's project, but he'll do this special swimming move when he's off in null space. Oh, he's going to hit the planet. Oh, that was close. So yeah, when he's not actually attached, he just moves off like this. But we're up to 13,000 instances now. No, he's not cold. No point culling him. Too many instance renders to worry about. So the player at this point is just a bunch of particles that move around because they're all attached to the system. Okay, I'm going to decrease the orbit radius now. If I left this for, I don't know, an hour or something, it would be rendering the whole landscape. It just takes us such a long time to procedurally generate this. So it's 130 draw calls for all the plants in the world if you can somehow move around at the speed for this much. The fuel compressor generates... what's it called? Not high energy composite fuel. The fuel compressor makes fuel for rockets out of coal. Okay, so if I bring the draw distance in, actually, will they go? Yeah, it's you can see it clearing. Obviously, we've got an enormous amount to clear through. That didn't do what I expected it to do. Oh look, there's my farm I made earlier. See it there? It's also, I don't know if you can see it on the stream. I can't get closer to it because Unity is done. There we go. That's the interesting thing. There's no lodding. You can't do lodding. There's no culling. It's just incredibly efficient rendering. I don't think we're actually using the current draw distance. I thought we were, but maybe we're not. Ah, there you go, it's working. Got that. Performance is still for ass, but we're no longer pushing most of the matrices up. So we're only pushing matrix, well, the ones that are shown there. So we've allocated more matrices, but we've freed them up. So now if I build plants, when these finish growing, they should allocate themselves into probably number 2. We'll see. 3, sorry. 22, sorry. Oh no, 0. Yeah, we've got space in 0. Got loads of space in 0. The stuff will just be allocating into the first place there. Turn the draw distance back up. You'll start allocating like a mofo. Now we're rendering all of those ones. No, because the terrain isn't one thing, Frank. The terrain is a whole bunch of different things. So at this point, worst case scenario, we've allocated 200 matrix clusters for that type. Now, I don't really think that would ever actually happen under any circumstance. So what I've done here is I've done what the Astro guys didn't do. I have tested far beyond what I would consider worst case scenario. The only way to do something like this would be to repeatedly teleport while the screen's all blurry and messy between a bunch of areas you've already been to. That's the only way I could think of that you could do this. Or even something even slightly akin to it, but you don't get access to orbit commands like that. I have got ideas to render more terrain at a bigger distance. With low poly stand-ins. So there, you'd see the low poly version, and then it'd pop out for a higher poly one. Because I could probably get away with just rendering 4 points for most of it. And if I teleport a long way away... I was really hoping that would go to... left count is -1, that's not good. Oh. Yeah, there's still an issue. So the issue here is that I can see it, and basically what's happened is for some reason I have decremented the wrong ref count. That ref count's 1, that ref count's 0. I bet you there's nothing in either of them. Bollocks. We're still a situation where I am... Let's turn this one GUI on. I've got better control over this one. I'm allocating, and yeah, I'm just getting it wrong. I know it isn't very helpful. Yeah, the thing is, Warcraft does that to reduce the poly count. What I need to do is I need to generate Perlin data quickly. That's the problem I'm having. Well, I'll tell you what. Let's take a brief break to let my brain think. Okay, so Atticus, I'm going to prove you wrong. Not because I'm an asshole, but because no, you're wrong. So a lot of the tech I've been implementing in FortressCraft is something I was working on for a test bed, and I will show you the test bed. So this is what happens. You go, I've got a good idea, and the worst thing you can do is to start to bolt it into your actual game. So the instance system was written in a completely different engine, in a different base game. Okay, so not this level. Seems palette terrain test. Okay, so what you're about, I can't remember how big it is now, but what you're about to see is a big landscape. How quickly can I generate the landscape? Let's have a find out. Ready, plop. There you go. That's the trick I want to use for FortressCraft. So if you look, let me turn on shaded wireframe. Get rid of that. So you can see there, what I'm doing is I am low poly, medium poly, high poly. But I can generate that low poly one virtually instantly. Now, this is not the same scale as FortressCraft. Oh no, this is a lot bigger. So each of those things there, that is 100 meters. So yeah, again, we're zooming in. Zoom, 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 zoom. You can see how absolutely... They're the FortressCraft mushrooms. As you know, they're about a meter big. Well, they're probably a bit bigger than this one. Yeah, each one of those, that's a meter. There. So as you can see, I'm rendering large amounts of thingy. But this is the trick I'm looking at for FortressCraft here, potentially, which is to generate this low detail, high area imposter. I can probably do this in a very, very brief handful of time. I can generate a world like this, surface, just everything below 50 and below in a heartbeat. That's what I'm considering doing, you see. And then Unity's just... Where's the vehicle? So yeah, to give you an idea, again, the scale, it's very hard to get scale. But if you look at this, that's a vehicle, that's like, I don't know, that's a car, 20, 30 metres long, I guess. No, 2 or 3 metres long, I guess. So it can be done. And this is where I made the instance rendering. This is where I worked out all the palette stuff. This is something I've been working on for a little while. I was about to say, and the frame rate's good as well. So I actually put the altitude up to like 32, and down to. The interesting thing is, it's very, very difficult to show scale. Now it just looks like a little car. Yeah, well, the terrain selector could potentially be implemented in it. So I'm now 256 metres in the air. But I've been looking at potentially using a similar generation technique within FortressCraft. The tricky thing about this one is I'm trying to make it look good. So again, we're talking about No Man's Sky territory of difficult, but I'm trying to make it look good at this very low level with all of the detail, and also good if you whoosh up like that. Probably not with the floor on though. Let's turn the floor off. Plop. You'll notice though, I'm using Veronoi diagrams. Well, you might not notice. So I'm using Veronoi diagrams to segment the colours. So again, same as FortressCraft here, you've got the different segments. Play with the boss. You're getting high energy fuel canisters mixed up with oh god, what's it called in the other one? Refineries. What makes them? But yeah, this has a problem with much harsher terrain transitions, ironically, because we're running at a much higher resolution. But yeah, this is something I've been working on for a little while, just as a test bed for practicing things. But that's where I've solved, quote unquote solved. You can see that's where it's making a hole, and then the big landscape has to catch up. It's not quite perfect, but it's pretty good. And we are again talking about a ludicrous number of see the items there, ludicrous number of items being rendered, just bonkers. But I quite like it from up here, you see. It's not very playable from up here, but I can't quite like the look, because they've also knackered performance. Actually, what are we on? Are we on just... No, we're on good. Should be alright. But as I said, working on something like this just makes my jaw drop at No Man's Sky's ability to do stuff. Like they've got a similar thing. They've got this huge high range things, and I mean, you can see the popping. That's partly why the actual game, you see, runs the camera down. It's about here. Not even that. There you go. The game runs down there. That helps a lot. But I mean, I'd love to be able to merge together this sort of thing in FortressCraft. It's possible. There's a distinct possibility. Let's just call it a possibility that I end up doing a FortressCraft 2 using a rendering system like this. It's not marching cubes. It's not voxelized. It is a height map. It's performance, so you wouldn't be able to dig down in the same way you can in FortressCraft. But it's possible I would end up doing a sequel. Sequel's not quite the right term, I don't think. Like this. There we go. One day I hope to turn that into a game. Why would I want to print a YouTube page? Honestly. How do I cancel? Cancel. I hit Control P to play, and it started to go, do you want to print this out? No, I don't. Right. So, the issue is there is a code path where we are incrementing the ref count incorrectly. I'm not sure where it is. Come on. Frame rate's fine. Actually, hold on. Let me just let it load in for a minute. I need to make sure the frame rate is still good. I have to be careful I don't accidentally break the frame rate and then go, cool, what a cool system, I'll optimise it. And it's not possible. So I think I'm running on Fantastic, which I would never normally do on this PC. Normally I wouldn't recommend going with good. Yeah, I mean, Trank, we're talking about FortressCraft 2 where it's surface-based rather than underground. You know, a very different gaming... Well, I guess that's Factorio in 3D is what I've just written then, isn't it? Oh, yeah, okay. Let me just quick fix that. I started 10 kilometers in the air, so when I teleported, I had a quite a large offset. Oh. That should hopefully do it. Oh yes, it could be completely underground. Yeah, it's easier to draw sky than rocks, though. Okay, I'm going to leave you to look at the spinny cam for a minute, and I'm going to be back in a moment. I'm just going to leave the frame rate top right. I'm just going to make sure when it's loaded in, it's okay. Ignore the shadows. That's because I quit in the air because I'm an idiot. So I'll be back in a sec. If the cat follows me, I'll see about feeding him. Let's see if he follows me. Cake. hopefully that's saved in place. Okay, so we check the, let's have a ref count. If it's greater than that, we error, and if it's let's see what we can get out of this. Oh, still in the air, for heaven's sake. Okay. I could probably break it with just that many. So that's okay. So that's fine, no problems. We've added 1023 and 2. So 1025, that's what I expected. Off, on. So that's fine. Click, click, click. See, I think the issue is, when I remove that, free slot is 11. Let me just remember all of it. I think it's that free slot bit of code, you see. It's because I know where it is in the world. This is why the CPH is in the middle. I remember when you bought something from Amazon, it was a computer game or a DVD. It was something cool, you know, you're like, yeah, that's cool. Yeah, pretty sure, I can't quite remember what I ordered. Oh yes, a tiny hand drill, an Archimedean drill, and a kilo of caustic soda. Woohoo! Yes, it's a little tiny drill. I think it was about £1.30 or something. I needed to drill a few holes recently, and I couldn't. Always wear protection when using hand tools. I think I'll be fine. And I'm pretty sure this box has got nothing but caustic soda in it, because it's cheaper to buy it in bulk. And my house has what my landlord calls a Greek drain. Now, I don't know if a Greek drain is being racist or if it's a type of drain. I don't know what that is. Oh yeah, yeah. Here we go. Bottles of caustic soda. Oh yeah. And what goes with a bottle of caustic soda? But a dehumidifier box. Brilliant. I'm going to have to put this out of the way because I don't really want the cat sleeping on caustic soda. I don't use my car very often. It gets very damp inside it, you see, so I needed the dehumidifier things. Caustic soda turns organic matter into soap. So if you were to pour caustic soda onto yourself, you will dissolve your skin. Other things that are organic you might not want lots of is poo. So pretty much, if you have a particularly badly designed toilet like mine, all of the matter that goes down the toilet doesn't flush away, and you need to put a lot of caustic soda down to keep the drains running. Right. So if I add 1023, so that's full. So the next conveyor I add should go into the second thing. I think what happened is the triad. I think this is returning the wrong location entirely. I think I know why. So the first matrix of space should be 1. I see the locals aren't working. I thought there we go. Okay, that's fine. Yeah. So let's. Now I know for a fact this one's empty, but I bet you we're about to receive. So the first one has been used and freed up. Ah, wait a minute. The first one has been used and freed up. But I haven't. So I'm about to... So the first free slot is now. So we're about to skip past the first free slot, yeah. I think I might have a smoking gun here. So we're looking for reused slots. So we're scanning through for any previously used slots. Now, that is a little slow potentially, but I haven't seen it pop up on the profiler. So I suspect we'll end up getting to here. Because there are no reusable slots done. Yeah, right, so we've jumped through. And here I think is the problem. Is lmat.used is like 3 or something? 3. But we're about to hand back the first one. So working back here, ln3 is 0. Here's the problem. Right. That is not correct. That is not the first free slot. We're not... Okay, that's a bad assumption. Okay, so what's happened? We run through... I just don't think we should be incrementing use. So use is... Yeah, we use is broken. Oh... But yeah, that's an incorrect assumption. The assumption is, at this point, that we're contiguous. And we're not. We are... Well, we are contiguous, but we're contiguous until 1. Like, there's an empty slot there. That's a reused slot, and that's a never allocated slot. So we return that as the first free slot, which is not correct. This is called to locate the next free slot within a section. When something's really, it's pretty easy if you show that. Yeah, so, and then, say, what we'll do is we'll increment that one. So now at 4, and then we, yeah, wait, first 3 slots. And wait, the first 3 slot is now 4, but it was 0. Okay. Let's run through that again. So I now expect us, because it says there, it now has 4 instances. That's not true. It has 1 instance. But we have, so we've allocated the, oh yes, come on, well, where's the hole? Okay, so let's just grab the link. Okay, so lmat.first free slot. So we're saying the first free slot is 4. That's what's not correct. We'll give back that first free. We'll give back that first free slot. See, we've got 1 instance there. I can see it. All the rest are flippity gibbet. So we're looking for the next. We're looking for the first free slot. And in fact, this piece of code, it's okay. It's a linear search. And what we say is, if we locate a previously freed slot, that's cool. We found one. What is it, Cat? What do you have? Oh, you want to go on my lap? He wants to come on my lap. Look at the first identity for the current first free slot. Yeah, you see, that's the. This is my thought, is that actually I should potentially start them at that. I'm going to try that. It's config cluster, something cluster. Locate free. No, it's not. It's config free slot. Locate free cluster. Let's try add. Allocate new cluster. That's it. So when we're allocating the cluster, I'm just thinking about the quickest way, because what I could do is assume that identity matrices are empty. Or what I can do here is for an I of 0, I is less than max instance size, colon I plus plus, lig, no, there. Oh. Yeah, I can just do that. Uh, 99999. So that will then basically mark all of the slots off as having been previously used, which means the code should pick it up. Oh, can you hear the cat purring? Purr? Purr for the internet. Are you done purring for the internet? Is there more purring for the internet I should be aware of? You done? Sure? Okay. I've no idea, by the way, why he likes rubbing his face on the microphone so much. Maybe he's just feels that I love it more than him. Because I do. Instant.ma mats. It's okay if I have the microphone back now. Thank you. Yes. Yeah. I mean that's. I know that track, but why the microphone? Like, they usually do it if something smells like something they're not used to, or it's for they're marking it as something they want to own. But he loves when he says on the microphone. I don't know why. Okay, so that looks good. Let's go for 100,000 conveyors. So someone's asking why I've got floating conveyors. Let's have 100,000 floating conveyors. Blip, 100,000 floating conveyors. And my frame rate's still good. Whoop. And nope, still got an issue. Oh no, so I hadn't put that fix into there. That's why, yeah. So that fix just needs to go into the other two. Oh shit, no I have. Fuck! Are you done? You're such a pain in the ass. No, Andy, they're not. Bollocks. It's better. It's better. It's not good. You done? So if you're going to be there, that's okay. But should we put the camera somewhere a bit more ergonomic so perhaps the internet can watch you? This is usually the best way to make him go somewhere else, by the way. This is what I had to put up with. We have remapped the conveyor. Okay, one of the problems with conveyors is in certain locations and certain angles, you can't tell if it's the front or the back of the conveyor you're looking at, so we've remapped it. I don't think we have a remapped texture yet, though, Annie, do we? Are you going to go sleep, or are you just going to sit there in an awkward... So that's all okay. That seems okay. Right, let me hide the rendering of the ones I don't care about. Oh, I spent all my time watching. Right. Okay, 100,000 conveyors. That was fine. And again. Fine. I think it might actually be the test code. No, there we go. That's fine. Still, yeah. No, all good. All good. Oh, let me just jab that button a few times. I don't really want to break it, but it looks actually like it's behaving now. Just in case you aren't really sure how many conveyors I'm rendering. Like... this is more conveyors than I've seen in the biggest base ever. Yeah, the new ones. Andy, mention it to him. I mentioned it at the top. We'll get him to do it. The new ones you see should be able to have a different color front and a back so you can tell which direction they are. Okay, so let's see if we can't get some performance test here. You're very heavy, very heavy. Unfortunately, I haven't got much gameplay stuff done today. I've just been focusing on blasted tech. So all these conveyors are using the new tech. Now, not all of the conveyor is. Now, theoretically, I can update the material property block for the scrolling. And I could do it on the belt, but I don't think that's a good spend of my performance. But see, the thing is, I can show you. If I do this, you can see there. Where is it? Where am I? Lost it. It's very yellow, the world there. Oh, it's there. Okay. So that, what you're currently seeing is the non-instance part. That's the part that renders. Probably actually shouldn't cast a shadow. Oh, it doesn't. Good. No more blinking conveyors. This is. We kind of went over this one yesterday. Like that's not a thing as far as I know anyway. I mean, we could try running a. You won't get the paging in conveyor effect because they're always rendering. So this technique is much cheaper on CPU, but... Well, it's a lot cheaper on CPU and GPU. Oh, do we have an issue? Okay, bye, cat. Get back in your box. In your box. In your box. Just my hand, but your box is here. You love your box. You've been in it all day. So I'm going to go in his box. Yeah. I should really get another webcam just so I can have. I can just switch between them rather than have to shove it around all the time. Mass storage. Yeah, mass storage would be a great one for this. In fact, basically anything you're going to render more than 1,000 of is a good thing now. Now the question is, why is there a hole? And is it a real hole? Lasers and batteries, maybe. Ha. Yeah, I might actually increase that a little bit. So I generally would expect you to play on good. Okay. So again, I'm going for ultimate performance here, but that's obviously a bit of a pain. Yes, no, DX Racer, I love it. I've had some people slag it off, and I'm just like, okay, I've sat in a lot of chairs in my time, and this is just the most comfy one. It's great. Okay, let's make sure that works. It shouldn't be, Andy. It should be okay. There should be no problems. Oh, look. There you go. How contrary is the cat? Sleep there. No, but I'm going to sleep next to where you want me to sleep. So yeah, objects will still disappear at a distance on a conveyor. You can see there, that's the far distance. If I'm not running them forever, that will just... It's just not sensible to do so. That is based on a bunch of things, though. And now we've got our shadows back. Cool. But Andy, whoopsie, I just tweeted that attaching the picture. I did delete my last tweet because I'm dumb. Okay, so Andy, let's see if you're right. I don't think you are. I actually have no clue. I'm not planning on investigating that. Like, you don't generally super build that much. I'm pretty sure if I build manually, oh right, yeah. Okay, let's see how big a one we can do. But Andy, please let Todd know that the conveyor base has been remapped and explain why. That would be amazing. I mean, pretty much every time you model something, let Todd know. Okay, so let's teleport. Well, where are we? Okay, cool. Let's teleport. Long way away. Come back, make sure there's no issues. Okay, now we're just basically not quite unit testing. I'm not quite that organised, but we're now basically just making sure that things work. And is it still yellow here, or is this just another yellow? So yeah, I guarantee you there'll be worlds where you just get one yellow biome for just 100 kilometers, and there are some worlds where you get them constantly all over the place. I just want to make sure that I haven't made a bug and it's not just yellow everywhere. There's Spider Bro. Brilliant. He looks like one of those peacock spiders. Well, at least I know. Well, I do know where my base is because there's a compass. But yeah. There we go, good. It's quite a big yellow biome. Let's see how big this blue one is. I should stop and harvest some plants. Oh, what is that? I've just read to what it is. I know what it is. I'm using the unity position of the plant, which varies. Yep, I'll fix that in a minute. Yep, that's what it is. Oh, good. Yes, because the unity position of everything changes. So when it's bought, yeah. Okay, that makes sense. As long as you stop for a few seconds every so often, don't just decide just to go sprint against the landscape, it is okay. Definitely to think about ways to speed it up. A lot of it would... there's not like... there's no way right now of just kind of paging stuff in off at a great distance. Oh, cool, look at the transition. It would be nice if transitions had different effect, and I keep thinking about that. A kind of a scaler on the density, maybe. But right now, I've made a change. It's quite significant. Now I need to have gameplay to match, not just spend all my time on fuffing about with the landscape, much as I might like to. I'm going to do one small test in a minute because I think that might be quite interesting, but pretty much that's all we're going to do for now. And this is not working at all. Oh, wait, this is the... Interesting. I think this might be a problem with the teleport. So there we go. The instance part is working and the non-instance part isn't. Needs Unity update true. Has game object true. I'm curious why the plant's taking so much CPU time, you know. I guess I don't care, really. But they shouldn't be using any CPU time up at all at this point. Okay, so my first guess is... Actually, no, my first guess is... Let's just... wait, hold on. Oh, yeah. So we've got some... hold on. The ones with objects on have got belts. You didn't do the trees at all, Andy. That was... Butcher Boy told me did the trees. Hold on, it seems to be working now. I haven't changed anything. I think you may have imported the trees, but you didn't model them. Correct me if I'm wrong. Conveyor's blocked. But we're getting the instance calls. It's like the low frequency thread has just... But it's not. The low frequency thread's going quite happily. They're taking... Yeah, see, that's so weird. It's just the new tech that's working. The old tech's broken. So that, you see, is the new rendered... That is the new instance call there. That's done in one draw call. I'm going to hate myself for doing this because it probably won't work. If I turn on the frame debugger, I can see, I hope. Yeah. Was I running those? And then we draw that one, and then blip, 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 object, object. Right, for in a second, assuming it's working, there we go. One draw call. I don't think it's a threaded fizz. I'm pretty sure it's not. No, I don't think they're simulating because that like everything's broken. All of the. Hold on. So I just put. Like that's working. It's simulating. It's linked. Player's in range. Player is approximately 100 meters away. Yeah, I guess. No, this one's not visible due to raycasting. Turn those off. I've just realised I don't think frozen conveyors will work properly anymore. That's a slight pain. No, to be fair, no one uses them. The idea is you could smash the ice off and use them and things, but nah. Yeah, see, mono has really shat the bed in this version. I have to, like, yeah, I hover. There we go. It took a while. Like, if I don't click, it just ignores it. So we're getting the instance part. That's cool. Are we in player range? Obviously. What's the distance to the player? 114. Bit far. Does the raycast visible says true because I've disabled them. Stop belt is false. Unity key update is false. Just loaded, probably not. Require carrier instantiation. Ooh. It's going to be segment out of view. Yeah. It's this. It's all down to this frickin' issue here. I don't know why. Okay, so I've implemented some new code because the instancing doesn't understand it. So we've got this concept of the segment being out of view. And we've used it a lot, and it's much quicker to calculate the segment out of view than anything else. Fine. And we only calculate the segment out of view if it's in range. Obviously sensible and fine. And I use it a lot. I have used it a lot. But what I've done is if it's destroyed, we say the segment out of view is true. When we grab the segment back, we say segment out of view is false. That means this segment, actually, hold on, I might be able to get out that segment because it's a Unity script. Segment object script. Ah, wait, hold on, I can probably debug this. Segment is not currently being rendered. Okay. It's called debug me. Segment object script. Oh, the idea was it was a debug me one. I can just pop a breakpoint on that, but apparently I fucked that up. Actually, I might be able to do a conditional breakpoint. And the following condition is true. Debug me equals true. Hey, conditional breakpoints for the win. Okay, segment. Why the hell do you think you're out of range? Are you in range? Say again, I'm not getting a... In range, true, we're in range. Okay, cool. Do we own a segment? That seems incredibly and mind-bogglingly unlikely. Possibly, but it's saying that we are actually at 000. And I'm like, probably not. That seems exceptionally unlikely. But I guess possible. But yeah, no, that's bollocks. That's bollocks. That's the problem. That's the wrong segment. How has it got the wrong segment? So the segment it should have been minus 48, 16, 0. We don't reuse this. There's no factory system. So, I mean, the script's working. Hold on, so... So I did change that, but I changed that for the better, I thought. Segment creates a game object. Okay, so let's just see if that is actually bollocks or just a complete and total coincidence. It's possible. New breakpoint. And M segment. No, M. Wrong. There. M segment. Oh, we are getting all sorts of different ones. What's the out of view? I think we're leaking. I think this might be fundamental because I was finding an issue. So that means that when the segment is dropped, that we aren't, under some circumstance, probably teleporting. We aren't removing that. Yeah, drop game object's not called. So that's the only point where segment objects remove. Is that true? Is that a true statement? No, there are other times that we can remove that. In drop unused objects, drop game object, drop game objects. So that's what's happening. I think the segment's just not getting dropped, but I don't understand why that's not. Segment manager thread. Drop world frustrum, drop machine frustrum. Frustrum drop segment. Request segment drop for machine segment. Drop request queue. Drop request DQ. Drop segment. Remove segment. This is okay. End segment dot clear frustrum. That requests our removal. Hold on. That probably doesn't help, and I just hit save, so I have to kill state. Okay, cool. Yeah, we just seem to set it to null. Add segment request main segment. Segment manager thread. Yeah, this calls Yeah, this doesn't seem to actually delete it. It just... oh, right, if this was the last frame I'm holding onto a segment. Right, clean up queue. Try dequeue, clean up. Try clean up. Can only ever be called from the Unity thread. Really? Really? I don't believe that, I'm afraid. Yep, okay, I do believe that. That calls drop game objects, and that's the point where it should clear down the script. And this is where it clears down the segment object script. Destroy mesh and game object. See that, but this looks okay. The problem is that the I guess what I can do is I can do public string segment name. So I can make sure that matches up in the debugger. The thing is with this is going to be a change I've made recently. But what it is, I don't know yet. Huh? Derp. So that I have made some changes in the areas because I noticed there were issues with it, but I may have actually just done a derp. Right. Okay, so I need to break it and do some more. Well, actually, no. What I need to do now is do a quick check that the segments are correct around me. So segment string. Yep, that matches up. That matches up fine. Okay, so I teleport away. Now I'm going to make sure there are no segments. The segments are clearing up now. I wonder if it's something stupid, like if you teleport a long way away and then teleport back for it to finish clearing up. It's still clearing, still clearing, still clearing, still clearing. I can see it's should be done now, I think. There's one segment that's not cleared up. That one. Wonder why that one didn't clear up. It's hidden, but yeah, it's just... See, that might be the problem, is that there's... Ah, there it goes. It's just... Teleporting does put an enormous load on the engine. So I might actually be debugging it if it only happens to be teleport. Sadly, we did put teleporters in the game. Yeah, see, that's broken, but it's okay. If that makes sense. Now that segment there is 6416.0, and it's 6416.0. It's not being rendered. Actually, that might be correct. Thinking about it, if I'm not looking at it. So I bet you if I tick this box myself... Oh, whoops. Yes, so part of the problem here is this segment is marked as... the mesh renderer and the segment being rendered, they don't match up, but that doesn't help. But you can see these ones, they're going to disappear. Right. Would it be fair to say that all the ones that have messed up are the ones that have got conveyors in them? They've got machines in them. Yeah. Oh man, this could be a nightmare to track down. So the ones that are breaking are the ones with machines in them. That's I think a fair statement there. So again, if I go up this mountain, boink. And if I teleport 500.0.0, they do disappear. So they're disappearing on like range drops. And now I'm coming back. I'm suspecting this is when I implement, because I think what may have happened potentially is this was always broken, but I didn't notice because the default was on. Now the default is off. And because the default is off, that means when you come back, it's not working. That might be as simple as that. So we're going to debug this segment. See what I can find out. But this one, the script does match up. -48, -16.0, and it has been initialized. So I have got that to new breakpoint, debug me equals true. I'm very glad I've got that. Now the question is, what's the current setup? M segment is out of view. See, that's the problem. M segment is out of view, but it shouldn't be. Are we in range? Apparently so. How far away from the player are we? Not very. Really, really low, like 7 meters. What's the draw distance? What's the render distance? It's 368. What's our range? 760. That's fine. Are we in range? Are we in range? I wonder if this is a state flip issue. Are we in range? Yes. Is the segment being rendered? No. Okay. Are we behind the play? Oh, we're about to find out. What's our dot? That's the issue there. Our dot's wrong. I'm having a thought. There it happens. Oh, it's dot local. It's something. No, Tad. The CPH just helps with paging in segments. If you go and stand on it, it's always fine. I just want to look at the player's look and the player's forwards. No, same. Okay, it doesn't matter. That's incorrect. That should be look. So that would break in VR. That's not our issues here. Our issue here is the dot product says that it's behind us. However, our dist is only 7, so it's not behind us. Are we out of range and disabled? No. So therefore, render should become true. Right. Are there any reasons we don't want to render it? Oh, fucking piss flaps. Yeah, I see exactly what it is. Exactly. When we drop the segment, we don't go back in again because I'm assuming we're being visibility culled. This flag is never set. So don't set it. Actually, hold on. That's fine. It's just on load. Don't actually think we set. We check it a few times, but this is all part of the new viz culling system that's not implemented yet. This isn't properly calculated yet. Let's see how that goes. Come on. There we go. There we go. Not sure whether all the conveyor didn't start moving at once. I don't understand. All the conveyors should have burst into life simultaneously. Odd. Okay, let's teleport away. Twiddle thumbs. Oh, golly. Ah, okay, that's fine. That's just because I'm... There we go. I have to say, overall, though, I'm always impressed about how good an engine Martin I have gotten here. Like, the engine will cope with just an enormous amount of distance and load, and it's awesome. And seems to be good. That will be the dropout issue as well. Let's get me some patch notes. Okay, star 16.3 fixed lots and lots of instancing issues, huge performance gains. 16.3 tweaked bright sunlight once more. 16.3 actually, let's just say, pardon me, reduced size of biomes slightly, and fixed issue with disappearing machines on revisiting areas you've been a long way from. Okay, so, Atticus, I don't have any messages. Let's have a look. Unread. Okay, I've got a couple outstanding. I'm really confused. You'll have access to the community reward pack in your installable DLC. As long as you have that, then you have 100% access to literally everything. There you are, Atticus. Yes, let me get you a key. Usually I put a little nice message on and I say something nice like thank you, but I'm not going to bother in your case. Take that as you will. Now, one thing that's interesting, and it's a bit saddening really, I would say I have got perhaps 2 female patrons. Like, the amount of women playing the game is tiny. Wow, this guy, oh my god, this guy's donated $80 and he hasn't requested his key before? Wow. I'm just trying to work out what I want to do for food, by the way. Getting hungry now. Right. So the next kind of thing on the list is what I wanted to do this morning, but kind of failed. Right, let me just start the game up, and I'm just going to leave it generating again, because I'd like to actually just sort of check that it works properly. Hello, Random Rick 86. Is that from Universe 86, or just you were born in 1986 and you're totes random? I like that red stuff, by the way. Anyway, so I'm just going to leave that to run, so it's going to page in more world while I'm away, and I'll be back in a couple of minutes. I'm just So just umming and ahhing about food, whether or not I'm going to want to stop for a food break, whether I'm going to stop for the evening, whether or not I want to cook something. So, going to leave that for a minute because it's currently generating the world, hence the weirdness. So, I'll be back in a mo, and you can watch the weirdness. If there was a cat there, you could watch the cat, but he's left. Oh my god, seriously. He's just in that box there. There. Are you hiding from the internet? Is he hiding from the internet? Well, probably not. I don't think he understands the internet really. I've tried to explain it to him, but oh, it's too. A little bit too close, I think. I don't think I can actually fix that. Reset cropping. No, I cannot. There we go. Pretty puss. Right, I'll be back in a minute. You can enjoy the we shall have a look at that performance because I suspect that's loading. And that's probably the thing that causes you to fall through the lifts, that judder there. So we'll bring that in just so it's not quite so horrible to watch. And I shall see you all in just a minute or two. You stay there. Optimistic cat is optimistic. Right. Profiler. Oh. Ah, oh. Ah, right, so what I'm seeing here is massive spikes in totally random places. There's no way I'm actually getting 160 millisecond spike in the UE. That one is a possible, but probably not. So anything here that's... No. That's a function of nothing, that is. So what that is, that's Unity. That's not something you'll ever see. That's the something happening in Unity that is causing that. Okay. Let's see what plants we've even got. 'Cause I've got a plan mentally. So that we've got the cold cavern version of a plant and the toxic version of a plant, and then we have the few surface plants. So I'll tell you what. Let's go and have a look on the store. We'll have a quick poke around in case there's something on the store that's just perfect. It'd be nice to get some new models in rather than just reusing the ones that we've already had. Okay, alien plant. Because here's the one we've already got. Good alien plants. Wow, that's... Problem with those, they're quite nice, but I can't make them grow. They're quite good, aren't they? I'm just gonna just put them on there. You may recognise this one. Tomas, I don't really understand the question, sorry. So we paid for this one. Part of the reason I got it cheap is it was allowed to be used in... he was allowed to resell it. Oh, it's 2D. $25 alien and fancy plants. See, that one looks alright. That just looks like a tree, though. That's look at your alien plant. No, not really. That's just a willow tree. Literally, I only want one of them. Like that one, I'd like because I can do the things, but. Fancy and alien too. Like, yeah, but these aren't very fancy or alien. That's a spider plant. Like, I do need things with fruit. I need harvestable ones. That's yeah, that's no good. That's not good, is it? Maybe one with a flower, because then Andy can just remove the flowers. Like, yeah, see, that's not too bad. But I kind of struggle to call that alien. That just looks like plants. Like, if you just told me they were plants, I'd be like, okay. Holy shit, is that it? Yeah, and I've already got this. This is the other alien plant pack I've got. Andy, are you still there? 'Cause I reckon we can do that one. I'm going to struggle to get 7 though. I reckon we can probably have that one, that one, that one as a surface version. And maybe that one. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. So that's a struggle. I mean, I'd be better off just buying some good quality plants and then recolouring them. Well, I'm now looking at all of the plants. Andy, can you do me a where's the pivot? Oh, fuck. Okay, yeah. Can you do me these ones with the proper... Oh, the pivot's in the right place, but can you do that one for me? Like, can you chop off the plant so we can harvest that one? It's AP_reef in game. Okay, if you're watching me, right, and you're a bit lagged, right, click on the cog, click on speed, click on 2, and catch up. Because Zoltan, you're about 10 minutes lagged. Like, maybe those with a better... I mean, it's like the eyeball-y thing would actually work okay. It's with a better texture. I don't understand what you're talking about, Zoltan, sorry. You said everything that's not... You said, this is your sentence, everything that is not mainline is for testing. Yes? Don't really understand, sorry. Bleeding Edge is... Bleeding Edge is risky. New World is very risky. Fantasy Herbs. Yeah, see, that's alright. It's a bit low poly, though. It's only €5. It might be worth getting. You see, like, that one would need that bit removed as well. Oh, okay, I'll send it to you, Andy. Can you do the... the thingamajig properly, though? Oh, no. Oh, man, you're going to love this. Oh, no, maybe. Yeah. They're all in one FBX file. I guess I'll get that one. That seems alright. Yeah. I'll try. It's probably easier Andy, if you actually do that though, rather than me just export it for you. Oh god, I don't know where it put this. Yeah, but also I don't understand. So bleeding edge is dangerous, but sure, go for it. The testing one is extremely dangerous. Yeah, that looks good. Okay, so while Andy works on that, we're going to work on the material. We don't have a name for this plant yet, so we're just going to continue to call it AP Reef. AP Reef instanced. Oh, that's... Oh, wow. Oh, Andy. Now that's some mapping for you right there. Amazing. I think that's down to the glow map, actually. Okay, so... so this is actually going to be a new type of plant. Oh, Andy, can you rotate it the right way as well? I forgot all of these freaking things have had... No, wait, no, it hasn't. What's going on? Okay, I'm a bit confused. Just trying to work out what's going on here. Let me rephrase this. Andy, could you verify it's the right way up for me? Because it might not be. I don't know what to call this. Call it a tri-seed for them now. Yeah, there's kind of like code in place to cheat, you see. Okay, and this is going to be instance dual map glow prop dual instance. Okay, so we're going to set this up to have red primary and cyan secondary. Okay, let's also skip away from JPEG files because that's just dumb as hell. Why would you supply your texture maps as a JPEG? Okay, now I'm going to guess, but I just need that bit. Hang on, let's, no, come on Unity, there we go, well done. Colors, desaturate. Okay, let's pop that in. I should be able to colorize it now, but not discriminately. Sorry. Yes, Andy. Basically, pull the ends off. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Hitsuo. I thought I told you to go away and become a millionaire so you become my biggest patron. I'm sure that was the plan. Pfft. Now with a bit of luck... Yeah, there we go, it's getting there. So let's pick the same colours as that one, just to make my life a bit easier. And that's oops, 0, 1, 1, 0, 1. So there you go. That's now the same colour equivalent. That's not too bad, is it? Now what I might do is that bit there. What I might do, so I will. This bit needs, that's the stock, so that can just go black. And the mapping on this is just awful. Brightness contrast, so that's going to go all the way down to virtually black. And this is going to gain contrast and then lose brightness. It's just going to have a little something like that. So that should mean that we can see a bit of the other colour coming through, because the glow colour is the secondary. There we go. So this means that while it's growing and they aren't there, you can still tell what colour it's going to be. No, but we'll just pop a bit of blur on that. Bit to OTT. Okay, so while Andy is doing the modelling, which is going to be a while, I'm going to Instance Manager. Okay, I'm going to call this a tri-seed for the moment because I haven't got a name. Is it a cantaloupe? I don't really know what a cantaloupe is. It does look like elephant skin, though. You're correct. You're correct. Plant entity. Okay, so we also need terrain data because this is a new type of plant and we haven't had before. In fact, we have plenty of room, so that's also good. Value entry, tri-seed. Now, the only thing is, the AP Reef one, yeah, it's okay, it's actually completely different as it's blue and shit. Right. Now what we're going to do, this is the first time I've quite managed to do this. So, plant entity. And of course I'm going to have to throw away my world again. This is the thing, until all the plants are in, worlds aren't valid. Now, it's unlikely you'll be able to use the plants in an existing world. I might allow you to generate seeds at some obscene rate, though. Plant. Configure value. Okay, so that's fixed. That's fixed. That's fixed. Okay. And then just randomize. Almost definitely surface, though. Actually, no, yeah. Let's just do surface based on hue. Now, I have no idea right now what those hue values are. So I might actually need to do a little conversion. Okay, so if mny minus world script for default offset is greater than minus 14. Get color, get value. Yeah, now I don't know what these are right now. I believe it's set into about 7. Okay. See, it might be 6. 6 would make sense. May need to offset by half of 1/8. Okay. So, if ln type equals 0, m value equals... Ha! That's interesting. That's fine. Okay, Andy, thinking? I'm just going to get it working with this because obviously I've got so much... Okay, now we already have indexes for this. So this is going to be called Alien Plant 7 Tri-Seed. Instanced harvestable. We do have enough gaps without having to... We've got 1, 2, 3. Plus, I can reuse the mushrooms. I probably will. All the other ones I'm going to spawn into that now. So we should now see type 1 and type 2. Oh, we might have to fly around for a bit, but that should work. So, Andy, if you fix the... Did you commit a fixed offset version of the Baublebee? I think you did. Dull? I don't see what... I don't know what you mean, Tad. I don't think anything underground is dull. Okay, that should do that. If that's the case, Andy, I will hook up to those as well. Let's find out, shall we? But yeah, I don't know what you mean, Tad, sorry. Do you mean dim, not dull? As in not bright, or as in boring, or what? I think they're right. That said, I'm pretty sure... Hang on, this got the wrong texture on it. What's wrong with the base on them? Not that I've ever noticed this before, but... Is that the wrong texture? And it can't be. Oh, maybe that's just how they are. Just looks old. Oh, that doesn't help, does it? Oh, that's just the glow map, I see. Okay, yeah, that's a bit that glows in the dark. That's a very odd use of the word dull there, Tad. Okay, that should be everything. All I have to do is hook up the instancer now. And I'll hook up the old instancer as well and just break everything in one go. All I have to do is fix all the errors. Oh, I'll fix the plant error while I'm at it, because I did work out what it was. lpos.x. Okay, so you can't do that. Comment. Right, so that should hopefully have that. Okay, all I need to do now is hook up the things. I'll have a look, Tad. Have you had a look in the new system, by the way? Because I said lots and lots of lighting things have got changed. Lots of lighting things have got changed, so... Okay, right, that has compiled. Excellent. And I need to just learn to spell the word instancer. So now we have 4 instance systems. Well, Tad, we'll have a look, because I'm going to have to do some exploring anyway, so... I'm afraid, Andy, there's quite a lot of things in... I'm not sure which one. There's Bulberberry plant _ complete. Bulberberry plant _ complete. Bulberberry plant none. I'm guessing that's the... And then they've got one thing called Max. I guess it's that one. I guess we'll find out. If it works correctly, they'll be embedded in the ground slightly, you see, so... Okay. doesn't seem to match up to what I'm seeing on screen. Max. No. Oh, Andy, it actually came with the 3D Max files. Sorry. Oh well. Models? Wings files? Wings files, AP Reef? Where am I looking, Andy? And I assure you, up was definitely not up in there. Sorry, I don't know where I'm looking though. Maybe I'm just being stupid. Maybe you're committed in a stupid place. Tree says 4. Alien plants, wings files, AP Reef. Well, okay, well, firstly, Andy, that's at 90 degrees. That's the wrong way up. That's the first thing. Secondly, cool, right, awesome. Where's the other half of it? I don't know what that is, but I kind of need the baubles as well, or the version with the baubles. Oh, we don't need the version with the baubles. We can continue to use that one, can't we? Yes, that should be okay. Instancer. That's going to use AP Reef, okay. And alien plants, wings, AP Reef. I bet you that needs to be made 10 times bigger as well. Sorry. Definitely not the right way up. Though that is. I'm going to really suspect, by the way, both these will be lying down. But we'll I'll get them working and then we'll find out. I'm guessing it's AP Reef Beta, AP Reef 1. Not great names. Let's find out. So it's two things. Several things. 1, delete my world. 2, reduce my quality. Oh, it's down already. Cool. Wow, yeah, cause that's I've got to wait a second. That's because I left it flying around, you see. That's all right. Let's see what we've got. Right, so if it's a glow pod, it means I haven't configured it yet. So I'm going to need to run around that. So I've let it generate a bit. and locate the right world. So I'm looking for a segment without glow pods in them. Interestingly, they still do run pretty quick. But these are using the old instance system, which is still pretty good. I should have allocated them up so I could just check the allocation areas work. I've only guessed at how many colours there are and how they work. I don't actually know. I thought there was 7. There's probably not, because we've got full saturation, so we've got red, green, blue, but then we've got the sub ones. It does look cool though, doesn't it? I unfortunately, using glow pods like this is... let's not go that way. Using glow pods like this is not possible. Although it's running okay for me here, I have to keep the performance just blazingly fast, and unfortunately these are not optimal, and they've got lights on them. If I make it dark, you'll see it's actually quite light down here because of all the glow pods. And very, very bright during the daytime. Looks cool though. What was... Oh, Dylan, that was a critter. It's one of the critters. Still need to spend about another week on critters. Oh, red, no. Yes, the glow. These ones certainly look okay. Let me just try the blue ones a sec. Just while I'm waiting for it to generate. I mean, they look alright to me, Tad. I don't know if you're seeing something different. Checking the shader numbers. Hold on. Yes, the orange ones are set up like that. That blows it out though. I think I might know why. Should it look like that, do you think? You're welcome. You mean one of those? Oh no! Yeah, it's a Rocky. Come on. The problem is there's not much I can do other than just wander around. I can't specifically say, aha, make some red. I'm either looking for a segment with with a different plant in it, which is ideal, or a segment with no plants in it, which is potentially expected. Yep, I know, that's fine. It's saturated is the correct term. that's interesting. Oh, that's snow. I can't even grapple because I can't see what I'm grappling onto. So I'm just going to just take another quick check at the code. I kind of would expect to see one by now. Type equals hue times 6. Let's just... kind of would have expected to see it by now, you see. Type 3, okay. That seems okay. Like valid at least. It's quite. I can put glow pods down. That's fine. I just can't have glow pods with actual light sources on them. Like surface glow pods would have to be very different. It's possible that orange glow pods will actually just become a surface plant and disappear from everywhere else. Right now, orange glow pods are the oops, it doesn't work one. That's interesting. I was seeing them further than that. I think since my frame rate's down, the game does balance a bunch of things on frame rate quietly without asking you. Yeah, well, unfortunately, this one has a lot of light sources. I can't do this. I would love to, but not this year. You know, maybe if I'm still developing the game in 2 or 3 years' time, I can start to look at lighting the landscape in real time. It just can't be done. My PC is going to eat well. So if we have a look, my PC is going to start struggling sooner or later with this many objects. So you can see that. So if I blip, oh wait, hold on. Andy, I think we might have a problem. Found them. That's not right. We'll come back to that. Yeah, so as you can see, well, actually, yeah. So these are running the old Viz thing. So, so if I look down this way. It's turning off the objects, but you can see the light still in the landscape, which is cool because that's the colour of the landscape, and that's all the lights all over it, making it all kind of the same colour. Interestingly, I'm not controlling the thing. So here's the question: what the hell's going on with those plants? Were they in here? Yes. That's interesting. Why are they... Okay. That's based on hue. Okay, let's start doing some fixes then. Okay, so that's the Bauble complete, so that's too big. Let's scale that down. And Bauble plant none, probably the same issue. That's the first fix. Secondly, what? Just going to do this temporarily. ln type mod equals 2. So I'll only get one of those two types, no matter what. I'm not sure why they're only spawning in a cave. That would indicate to me that they were... If it's greater than... That might be less than... No, like... Positive is... Yeah. Andy, that's not true, is it? They look exactly 10 times too big. No, the issue, Todd, with the glow pods is the lighting on them. The physical emission lighting, not the glow. Glow's fine, don't like the glow. Now, the only reason we should sing glow pods now is if we have a problem. So I would say we might have a problem. Let's just go somewhere. Somewhere new. I'm going to type. Oh, what? 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 Why was that there? That was the... Fine. I'm an idiot. Right. Now, I will need to remove the offset because Andy has fixed the plants. The question is now... there wasn't... Like, I need that sort of crossover. So I need to find some transitions. There's one over here. Yes, this way, I think. Yeah, Andy, so I put it to you once more that these things are not correctly pivoted. Do you wish to argue further, or would you like to concede the point? Either is fine by me. Now, the question is, now, while Andy ponders the question I've asked him, the next question, yes, that's what we want to see. So what I can't plant those. Darn it. But here you go. Bauble on pink. Tri-seeds on yellow. That's what I've been aiming for. I need to come up with 7 more plants now. So only bauble will go on a certain colour. I haven't decided what one yet. I don't know, Andy. Let's find out. So the instancer, it kind of doesn't matter, Andy. That's using apreefplant.fbx that you committed. But it doesn't matter because the base one was broken anyway. Like the one you haven't touched was already broken. So I need to get the one that you haven't touched fixed as well. try the obj. What obj? I don't think you committed an obj. Show log. Andy, you only committed an FBX and a wings. There is no object file for me to use. Oh no, the base object's also wrong. I said this when I gave it to you. I was like, you know what, Andy? That's wrong. And you're like, nah, it's not. Yeah? I'm sure it's wrong. Thank you for the face. X we eyes wees gzweezax. I believe you. Can you fix it? Somehow. I'm trying to think what I can do for to reuse this mushroom in a third way somehow. Like, if we were going to have this mushroom as a harvestable mushroom, would we just chop off the whole top, do you think? Or just the glowy bits? Don't know. Well, while Andy is fixing that one, text in place, code's in place. Time to grab the last two. Rainbow folders, wait a moment. I'm good, thank you, Isaac. Unity, are you gonna... Is it working? Hey. Yeah. Well, that I passed that. I'm downloading some other plants that we can use. I think each of these has got one in it. You know, it will take Andy, you know, a couple of hours to model something, but this is just much cheaper. What's that called? Fantasy Herbs and Plants. Yes, I do wish, Isaac, that FortressCraft, this one, was anywhere near as good selling. Okay, and the trees pack, did that come in? What was it called? Stupid thing. Unity. It's just called trees. Okay. Holy shit. How big? 200 megs? Well, that's going to be a little while. Did I buy what? Yeah. Just bought some tracks. Just bought some stuff from the Iterating store. If it's good, it's good. If it's not, chuck it. Currently, all of the FortressCraft plants, all of them are from the Unity Asset Store. Andy does stuff like this. That's the sort of shit that Andy does. Like unique stuff that only exists in FortressCraft. If it's a plant, there's no point in like getting Andy to spend his time doing it. And if you fix something, I'll get latest. Alien plants. You updated what the FBX. Don't forget, I need the other one fixed as well. Even though the default one is still knackered. Like not the one with the bits on it. Did you overwrite it or did you update it? I didn't get to see. I can't check now. Looks like you updated it. Let's have a look. Come on, load. Another example, by the way, of where the instancing could be used is on the turret bases. That can make a big difference. Yes, that's good, Andy. It's a bit big, but that's my fault. Okay, so assuming you fix the offsets of all of them, I can remove the offset entirely. I'll leave it in because I guarantee we'll have one that's knackered in the future. Have you got a real tutorial for make a server? Yeah, click the fucking batch file. I can't, sorry, I'm pushing up the alien trees. As soon as that's done, I can, though. I'm confused. That one only looked like it was twice as big as it should be, though, so I'm a little bit confused there. I'll get this as soon as I can, though. No, Isaac, it's just me coding. Andy does some 3D modelling work sometimes, and Todd does some texture work sometimes. We're not making anywhere near enough to warrant doing it full time, or they're not. Oh, bug, I didn't watch the... It's like 5 times bigger. It's alright, as long as it's consistent, it doesn't matter. And usually it's 2 or 5 or 10. Don't use TGAs either. God damn you muppets. Come on, units, Tortoise, go faster. Well, it's not good, Isaac. I'm saying it. This is why I've been talking about the Patreon a lot more recently. So right now, we had a minimum amount of sales I needed to get before I would work on the next expansion pack, and we've not hit them. Yeah, that looks right, Andy. It's twice as big, or half as big, or however you want to phrase it. Come on! Bloody internet. But the crossover seems to work fine. Like, I've got that right. No, I cannot put indie games on the Xbox 360. That's no longer a thing. Xbox games on Xbox One, maybe, but I haven't got the time to think about porting it at the minute. I'll tell you, while we're waiting for that to do, let's have a look at... There are a couple of other plants in this pack. Alien trees. So we have one called End. Good name. I like it. End. Brilliant. So that's called End. So I would like to just have these in the world, but the problem is that the compression, actually that one might work too. That actually looks a bit alien, doesn't it? So one's called End, one's called Marmo, and one's called One. What do you reckon, Andy? Shall we do the same on these three? But in this case, we'll pull the leaves off. I like that one. I notice it's childed. Oh, good. It's childed with no rotation, though. Yay. The next DLC pack's called the Adventures Pack, and I'm afraid, unless things change, I doubt I'll be continuing with FortressCraft. I want to, don't get me wrong, I do, but it's not... It's not really making enough money to support. If his server isn't public, he needs to give you his IP. If his server is public, then you can see it on the list. Fuck me, this guy wants a tutorial on joining the thing, on joining servers. Yeah. I've got other games in the go. The problem is that FortressCraft is a lot of time and not making really enough money to sort of warrant it. I wish it was. Like I said, I totally wish it was, but at this point, not so much. And that's you know that's the situation I'm in. I keep trying. I do everything I can. Like, you know. See, that one's all right. Oh. That was all right from the front. That's a bit rubbish. That one maybe. That one might be all right. What's that? Tundra Breath. I like that one. That's rubbish. I mean, the other games I'm working on, I do list. Yeah, see, things like that, we can't really animate a... Well, I guess we could have a small and a large state. So they're quite cute, though. Not really useful for this. Same dealio. That's a possibility. But yeah, something like that, maybe, is just incidental stuff. That's just a pile of leaves. It's a bit low poly. That's a bit crap. Okay, that gives us the dangling undergrump, the tundra breath, and possibly the... I'm not sure on that one. Maybe. I'm not so sure. Every Friday, I generally stream the other games. So if you're very interested, the best thing to do is to watch on a Friday. Let's put this in here. Okay. Got that one. We've got the... what's that called? Coxcomb. And we'll call this the... I don't know. I'm not good with names. Andy, it's still not committed. But Andy, while you're there, are you happy then with doing these as well? Ugh. Oh, for heaven's sake. So that gives us our 7 plants there. These are obviously way too big. So those are the 7 plants I'm thinking of for the game. And they will default to a certain colour. And then they will... you will be able to breed different colours of the game. Isaac, the problem is FortressCraft is not something that I can do in my part-time. FortressCraft takes up 80 to 100 hours a week of my time. And it's not currently making enough money for me to sort of comfortably work on it. This is why I keep telling people about the Patreon. I keep saying, please tell people, please try and get other streamers to play it, etc, 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 etc. I'm doing everything I can. What it do? King Europe says, what it do, Arcus? What does what do? I'm waiting on this to fill up. I'm thinking about Chinese food as well, because I have Chinese food tonight, and I have Chinese food tomorrow as well. So I might just think of ordering food and stop when my food arrives. There are videos on it already. The short version is the next game I'm doing can be summed up as it's like Besiege in space with a story. Okay, cool. I've committed. Right, finally then. I can now get latest. No, I see King Europe, because that means I've got to stop. What I might do is just order Chinese off Tinternet, and I'll have half tonight and half tomorrow. If only I had my wallet nearby. What? Sorry, hilariously, my food order just tried to deliver to somewhere I haven't lived in a very long time. I need to find my credit card in a sec. Right, Andy, we'll try that then. I'm going to be back in a second. I'm just going to grab my wallet so I can order my food. And then I'll stop streaming when my food arrives. That's my plan. There you go. So I don't stream my entire life. Tempting as it is sometimes. Hopeful cats are hopeful. I might stop using my credit card, by the way, because, quite annoyingly, everywhere's starting to charge you 50p to use it. I'm like, well, it's not... I'm not prepared to give you extra money, or no one extra money, for the luxury of using one card but not the other. Cool, right. So, when my food arrives, Kickstarters require more work. Okay, so, Isaac, I'm afraid, no. So, we'll use an example of the Carmageddon Kickstarter, which was very successful. That took 25 people 6 months to do. Right now, these days, the way Kickstarter is, you need to spend you need to have a Kickstarter in order to raise the funds for a Kickstarter. What I need is YouTubers to play my game. That's what I need. I have a game that has barely sold. Actually, that's not true. It's actually sold quite well. Ironically. It just needs to sell a hell of a lot more. So, Andy, if you actually get latest now, you'll probably have an error. Hold on. So you have to commit this fantasy herb pack, but it's 100 megs. For some reason, commits to my Subversion server are dog slow. But at the minimum, a successful Kickstarter is a full-time job for one person for about 3 months. So you're looking at £3,000 to £6,000 just to get your Kickstarter done. Hey, there we go. Can I see how many sales I've done? I can tell you what Steam Spy says. I will not confirm nor deny it. Well, it's wrong, obviously, but I can tell you that Steam Spy says that we sold 115,000 copies, which is not too bad. The problem is, nearly all those were in a sale. Someone's just shouted at me. Oh, thank you, King Europe. I think PayPal got more money than I did then, but thank you. That's appreciated. But yeah, I would love to continue working on this game. I absolutely would. Totally. Like, as technology gets available, you know, we've got DX12, we've got Vulkan, we've got VR. We have all this cool shit going on. And I would like to embrace it. So, Andy, I'm committing. Those other plants, can you grab them and do them? And I will do the textures for them. Oh, frickin' hell, there's no... Oh, there is. Okay. Instanced dual prop occlusions. Yeah, as I pointed out, most of those were in sales, up to 90%, I think. At that point, yeah, and ain't so much. Don't see what most people do. Most people go 100,000 sales at $15 each. Whoa! Yeah, I wish. Sure, Andy. The new game, I don't know. Yeah, the problem is it's not even that. The game used to cost an awful lot less as well. And people bought it during the early access. That was a fucking nightmare. I have no idea how much the next game will cost. No clue. Don't know. Ask me another. That's something that... Actually, no, I do know. The plan is that... the Xbox... Okay, so the plan is set, but it's off in the future. FortressCraft on the Xbox sold 1.3 million copies. Stretch con. Oh, hello, Nick. That's very random to see you around. Amputee. Probably, and I wouldn't be at all. So I haven't looked in a long time. What's it called? Team Spy. Probably it's outsold it. I wouldn't be at all surprised. Oh, it's Ampu-T or something. Yep. Amputee is outsold FortressCraft by almost twice as much. Well, Nick, next time you want to come and do some more coding, there's a million and one awesome things going on. I'm currently just basically doing a full farming system with growing plants, new instance rendering, completely new landscapes that aren't so mind-bogglingly depressing. So yeah, it's all sort of coming along. Might be a bit better. So next time you're in the area, Nick, pop in as well. Now that should... it's still a bit dark. Right. But again, that can now be colorized in any way. If I switch it, so there we go. So we can now have that growing in different biomes. Yay! Andy, the alien trees... No, the fancy herbs are still committing, but the trees are committed. Really, Nick, I would really suggest you can do a playthrough from scratch. So I don't know if you've been paying attention to anything recently, but let me just run the game, right? You may notice a few changes to the game. This is not... Well, it's sort of available. It's not really available until the end of this month. The end of this month should have a radical and major change to the game. I asked Martin if he was interested and was told that he was on holiday, so I ain't even going to ask anymore. But as you're about to see, we have had quite a major what's the word? Let's go home. Visual tweak to the game. We now get biomes, we now get per plant biomes. We get blending from surface to down. I'm planning on doing terrain switching, but I've not done so yet, so we'll actually get better transitions. I've done so much work on landscaping. Let's bring the sun up. It's also no longer a dark, depressing place all the time. And then we have plants that grow. Come on, plant. Grow. Grow. And now suddenly I can't find any of the biomes to show you, just yellow. Where are the other biomes gone? It's a new world, so I've not actually been anywhere, so I can't actually see off any distance. This biome is too big. What the hell? Growing plants, harvestable. So they grow really fast in Editor. And you can harvest them as well. And they use quite a cunning, if I say so myself, system for colorizing. Where's Bulbleberry? So these are blue plants with yellow seeds because they're on a yellow level. Terrain Gen I've been doing some checking. It's not too bad. Part of the problem really is that is the size gone wrong? Part of the problem really is that Martine didn't parallelize it very much. Okay, looks like if it popped, I may have screwed the scale up somewhere. Yes, I've screwed the scale up. I'll fix that at some point. Where's the level? You've always been able to outrun the Terrain Gen if you grapple like that into unknown areas. That's been like that forever. Hooray! New biome. There we go. This is the pink biome, apparently. Pink biome will grow plants? What kind of plants? That grows bulbleberries grow here. Whereas down here, tri-seeds grow. It's also a brand new world, Nick, and I just kind of started it and sprinted. You know, normally we'd have the intro sequence, we'd have all of that sort of paging and things. So yeah, some substantial work. The problem with the Terrain Gen, by the way, is really that it's not that it's slow, it's not very smart. So for some reason we're still generating vertical strips. Yeah, maybe. I might reduce the saturation a tad. There'll certainly be wacky colours. Pinks, reds, blues, greens. They're essentially primary and secondary colours. Oh bollocks, the plants still pop. I thought I'd fix that. See, like that plant there, I bet you it pops when I get near it. Yeah, there it goes. Calculate the thingy wrong. So, actually, let me just show you the... undermining? No. Let me show you the part of the reason why, which is the surface and underground now look quite a lot different. Yeah, see, Isaac, that's the problem. No, I'm not. I'm actually literally not. Quite the opposite. I'm considering stopping this game because I can't afford to work on it anymore. What you've done is you've just taken 1.3 million, you multiplied it up by $3 and gone, wow, you made $3.5 million. Like fuck I did. Not beginning to get close. The money gets split so many ways. Yeah, no. Okay, so, and as we go down, so it goes from the very saturated surface colour down, much more saturated, much less saturated, and then it blends into the rock here. So now the underground is a much more sort of rubbishy looking place. Am I not playing solar panels? There we go. Apparently I am not competent. Bobby, I would recommend that you have a highest tier matter mover to get stuff out and split it down. Use matter movers to give yourself more room, and then use advanced conveyor filters. Yeah, so now down to 50 meters. The colour's barely gone. And there we go. At this point, we're now into bedrock. We're now into iron territory. No. I had people help me. I owed a lot of money. A lot of people got the royalties from the game. Microsoft took most of it. Taxman took a lot of the rest. Yeah, pretty much, Nick. I'm slowly toning back the saturation, but I think I've been playing a lot of, well, not a lot. I spent a lot of time looking at Astroneers and looking at No Man's Sky, and I genuinely like their sort of look. I really, really, really like that. And I think FortressCraft will really benefit from looking more alien. And if I'm going to choose any alien, I'm going to have 70s sci-fi cover book alien. I suspect, though, I keep turning the brightness down. I fixed a major bug in Martine's surface shader, that's why the game's been so bloomy, because everything was made dimmer, and I had to increase the brightness to cope. We're also passing a lot of stuff into the shader that we don't need to. Nothrimi E5is. Yes, I am the developer of FortressCraft. Yes, actually I do. It's organic detritus, and we're going to have some coloured stuff in the sky. Plus, I don't need to. But at night, also night has changed. Night is now significantly darker. Much, much, much less. I'd say that as I'm on like the brightest colour I can be here. I'm planning on, maybe not this month, on applying a scaler to the density based on the biome, because that means that I'll be able to actually make each biome a little bit different. Right now it's purely a coloration change based on a 2D Veronoi diagram. Screw you. Yeah, so there's the biome thing. But yeah, no particular lore thing. But what if I were to scale the density by that, we'd suddenly get linked colour and terrain details. I'm umming and ahhing about it. But my plan is now to get another plant in and to. Yeah, my food will be in about 15 minutes. I should just about have time. Yeah, it shouldn't be too hard to do, because I calculate a hue, but I could use that hue to then modulate it. So, in that case, red would be the flattest, and magenta would be the bumpiest. The only problem is there's not much blending, so it might be that I need to switch to using quantized Perlin, which is essentially a terrain selector. I've been doing a whole bunch of stuff on what's the word? Perlin and noise. We're now using lib noise for that 2D stuff. Okay, so that should be all I need to do for that one. Then I just need to say percent. And then this becomes alien plant 7 underground. As I said, so the main thing I really need is people to play the game. So if you've got a way to make people play the game, cool. It's the same in Minecraft. Every time they do a big patch, people do trailers for them. I mean, seriously. I'd like to have a really good trailer for this patch. I don't think I'm going to get one, though. And that's, it's a nightmare trying to do this sort of thing. So I think I'm gonna have to expand this to have the concept of an instance growing plant, because this thing is getting a little bit big now. And this is where we map them across. And we don't need to have that hacking now because Andy's fixed the art. What I'll do tomorrow is I'll try and hook up the rest of the plants. I won't bother making a patch today. There is the new Biome patch if anybody wants to play it. Yes, David, yes. This is why when people go, Spiderbot used to tear up snow and stuff, I'm like, yeah, because it's all nice and calm until you come along. You screw the hell out of the planet. Yeah, that's totally by design. You aren't the good guy. You crash land and then decide just to tear everything up for it. XBO said that's cool if we've got a few hundred followers, or a few thousand. But yeah, so I mean, I don't know the answer. I need to get more people to play the game. I don't know how to. I put all this information out all the time. Nah, fuck you. I don't have to put with your shit. I hate people. I hate them. Especially idiots. Especially people who just... They kind of just become like a hater. An actual, honest-to-God hater. And that just means that... Like, there's one guy called Truth Hurts For You. And if I post anywhere on YouTube, he'll just post, like, abuse about FortressCraft. It's really strange. It's like, dude, do you have a problem? Do you have some sort of mental problem? Like, that's a bit weird, you know. Okay, so I may have to tweak the scale. What was broken? The Bauberry Nun. That had a scale of 0.1, and the Bauberry had a scale of 10, and that had a scale of 10, and that had a scale of 0.1. The growing one was the wrong size, so I'm going to guess that's 1 and see what we get. Kevmer, yes, because I'm also on Discord. Welcome to my world, by the way. I'm also dealing with Twitter and coding and talking to you. Yeah. The sad thing is, I've got loads of people watching, and it always annoys me when I kind of... Like, I've been going all day long. I'm tired. I'm hungry. I will need to stop at some point. Well, I'm going to stop when food arrives. That's it. I'm going to stop right there. The doorbell will ring, and it'll be goodbye, gone, eat my food. That's a tri-seed. Oh, I didn't add it into the terrain data. That will do it. Do they actually grow properly now? Yeah, that looks right. Okay, and update terrain data. So yeah, I'm just waiting for the text message saying my food's on its way, and then I'm going! Okay, tri-seed. And this is a undergrump. And tomorrow I will fix up the rest of these. So we'll have 7 things. It's youtube.com/projectorgames/live. I'm more a time slicer than a multi-threader. What else is new if you're still there, Nick? Loading tooltips, completely redone interface for most of the UI. Million and one things. Critters. They're still work in progress. Oh, cool. Here's a pink biome. I like the pink biome the best because it produces green-leaved plants. So, see, that looks getting pretty cool. That's it's coming along. Okay, so we should now see the dangling under the undergrump, and there it is. Hey, that worked first time. Blimey. Now, what doesn't seem to be working properly is the rotation on that. Yeah, well, I don't know how is the problem. I could colorize the leaves. I could get a bunch of new instances sort of made up. It's just a bit difficult to get it done. And this is the same plant grown in a different biome. Sweet. I haven't seen a red biome in a while. Red ones and pink ones are probably rarer because of where they exist in the map. So red only exists for half as much range as magenta, believe it or not. Oh, do undergrumps grow on pink? Ooh. I'm going to I might need to shift the quantization over a bit. Yeah. So that is actually 2 different biomes, so that's no good at all. So that's one biome. That's a magenta biome. That's like a pink biome. Yeah, Kev, my mouse capture's okay, so I'm set up with the mouse really quick. Oh, you can see there, I'm running on triple screens with mouse without borders, so it's actually 5 screens. And it's okay. Except when sometimes it's not. Nick, yes. How do I do collision for those? I've got the models. Trees is easy. But how do I do the things? Well, Silent Soul, you can already see different plants grow in different biomes. Like bullberries, undergrumps. And over here, wherever they were triseeds. Yeah. Yeah, I'm slightly worried that the... I think the quantization needs to be off by like 0.5. I think what happens is halfway through a segment... What I'll probably do is make a build tomorrow that has tiny biomes so I can check it. Can that be done, Nick? I don't know. I've never used that, so I don't know. If it can be done, then yes, I would much rather use model-based plants. I wonder what... yeah. That's a bit weird. This just one appears to have spawned. Oh, this might have been the test area from earlier, in fact. So the thing is, Nick, just briefly, all of these plants are done low-threaded side. These are not Unity-based. These are, I assemble a list of material property blocks and matrices on a thread and then give it across to Unity. So you might think to yourself, oh, well, Adam, that's quite quick. And I might say, hey, want to see 100,000 conveyor belts? With shadows, that's 100,000 conveyor belts. Nah, that's not very many, you might say. And then I go, what? Yeah, it is. And you'd be like, now I can see a few. And then I'll be like, yeah, because most of them are out of the range. So, yeah, that's 100,000 conveyor belts across 80 draw calls, maybe? So conveyor belts are the first of the new system that I've implemented. So they're now entirely controlled on the low frequency thread. I can't control things quickly and moving or updating them does incur a cost. But the cool thing, so if you look at the plants, that's about as quickly as I can update. It's 3 times a second. But plants don't grow that quickly; they grow much slower, so you can't spot it. So that is good. So that means that I'm going with the ability now to really strip out a lot of that Unity side load. So yeah, I think that's pretty much it. My food will be arriving soon. Tomorrow I'm going to try and I'll have another examine of the colouring system. So you can see it's still a little bit mental. I think the saturation slider might be what's causing that. Because I think if you desaturate greeny yellow or yellowy green, you kind of still end up with this thing. So thank you for watching, guys. I plan to stream tomorrow. So I'm planning on doing the rest of the plants. Hopefully Andy will manage to get all those done overnight. So I'm just ready to go. I suspect he's probably done half of them by now, knowing Andy. So that's the plan for tomorrow. Finish off the rest of the plants, make another build, and lock down different plants spawning into different biomes. I have to say I might have to rework these because they don't look very... what's the word? They could do with some better base. They just kind of look like they're stuck onto it. No, there isn't anything underneath. So yeah, hopefully it's all thing. Nemesis, use the auto builder. Finally some orange. But I will also need to make sure I do actually have 6 unique biome areas. I think they need to be offset by half a rotation. Should be okay. So yeah, I will perhaps I will stream later in the evening so I can actually stream later in the night to try and get some of the Americans watching, because I think most of you guys are European, and it's good to show off the new stuff that's coming. It's good that people know. And very importantly, when this patch goes live, everyone's going to be like, holy shit, that looks very different to what we've had before. And that's really important. And it's really important to know that that things are changing and continually changing. And as long as I can afford to do so, they will continue to change. And just quick reminder, if you're following me on Twitch or YouTube, follow me on the other one. Support is very helpful. If you are able to afford to do so, becoming a patron is absolutely the best way you can help. If you know a YouTuber, get them to play it. If you don't know a YouTuber but you're a fan of a YouTuber, tweet them going, hey, have you thought about playing this game? Quite often they're quite keen. The best way to get a YouTuber to play it is for their fans to go, I really like your stuff, you should do this game, you'd be great at it. So they're Factorio streamers, Feed the Beast streamers, absolutely. If they want a key, I will totally send them a key. I have very low standards when it comes to streamers for keys. Anything more than about 15 or 20 views on a video, it's worth me sending a key. Keys are easy to get hold of, so I'm quite happy to do that. Yeah, so my food should be here any moment, and I will see you guys all tomorrow, or some of you all tomorrow. It's good to see you again, Nick. Happy New Year and all that. And you should totally come down, and I'll take you out to the best food place you've ever eaten at. Maybe the best. Not maybe. I'll take you out there. And Andy, if you're there still, if you can get those plants done by tomorrow, I will import them all. So yeah, we're going to get just say currently going to have these plants done. Those 7. The idea is that you can grow. This plant will always grow in colour A, and this plant will always grow in colour B. But if you want a colour B plant of type A, you'll need to breed them. That's the current plan. We'll see how it goes. There is a test patch already up. You can already go off and just go crazy. And I will see you all tomorrow. So bye for now.